conduct county's business. I thank you for taking your time to come out and be a part of that. First thing I'd like to do as we get started, I'd like to welcome a couple new supervisor-elects here today. We have Mr. Marshall Jamison, who will be representing the Blackwater District, and also Supervisor-elect Dan Quinn, who will be representing the Union Hall District. Just want to welcome you here today, and look forward to working with both of you in the near future. Also, I'd like to take a moment, if we can, to pause and remember a former Board of Supervisors member, Mr. Hubert Quinn. Mr. Quinn served on the Board of Supervisors 4 terms from 1992 to 2007, and he represented my home district, the Blue Ridge District of Franklin County. If you will, please join me in a moment of silence for Mr. Quinn and the Quinn family as we all will stand, and after our moment of silence, I will ask Supervisor Nick Mitchell to lead us in our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Mike Carter. Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, if you will lead us in invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion and fill us with your grace as we make decisions that will affect those around us. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask for Senator Stanley, if you'll come forward, and also Mr. William Mitchell, if you'll come forward, and we're going to have a presentation of a memorial resolution in honor of Mr. Leland Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate your time today, and these are one of the events that we have as legislators at the state level where we honor the hard work and the dedication of people like you who serve on these boards, who give their time and their effort for the communities that they serve and leave a lasting impression, not only in the personalities that they were, and I look among you today and see a lot of great personalities, but this one especially was hard in the loss, but his memory will live forever because of that robust personality, that can-do spirit, and that dedication to Franklin County. So if you'll allow me to present to you what was passed by the Senate and the House in this year's session, it is Senate Joint Resolution number 249, celebrating the life of Walker Leland Mitchell. And Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me, I will read the resolution that was passed unanimously by the Senate in a joint resolution with the House of Delegates upon the request of this board itself. Agreed to by the Senate, January 12th, 2023, celebrating the life of Walker Leland Mitchell. Agreed to by the House of Delegates, January 16, 2023, celebrating the life of Walker Leland Mitchell. Whereas Walker Leland Mitchell of Sontag, a hardworking farmer and respected member of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, died on July 30th, 2022. And whereas Leland Mitchell attended Sontag Elementary School and Franklin County High School, he was a lifelong farmer who farmed tobacco and beef cattle and served as president for the Franklin County Farm Bureau. And whereas, desirous to be of further service to the community, Leland Mitchell ran for and was elected to the Franklin County Board of Supervisors in 2006, and he ably represented the residents of Snow Creek, of the Snow Creek District, and served a term as chair in 2020. And whereas, outside of his career in public service, Leland Mitchell enjoyed playing slow-pitch softball and hunting, and he volunteered his wise leadership to the Sontag Ruritan Club as president. And whereas, Leland Mitchell will be fondly remembered and greatly missed by his loving wife of 58 years, Janet, his children, William, Walter, and Leanne, and their families, and numerous other family members and friends throughout Franklin County. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate, the House of Delegates concurring, that the General Assembly hereby note with great sadness the loss of Walker Leland Mitchell, a dedicated public servant and highly admired member of the Franklin County community, and be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the family of Walker Leland Mitchell as an expression of the General Assembly's respect for his memory. Signed, Susan Clark Shar, Clerk of the Senate. And if you'll permit me to present to the family, I would be most honored. I'm very grateful, Carmel, if you present this. He may be gone in a better place, but we shall never forget him and the great work he did for all of us. He was our neighbor, he was our friend, he was a leader, and we admired everything that he did and how he did it. Please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before we go any further, I need to have an approval of today's agenda. Board members,
I would move the approval, Mr. Chairman.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve today's agenda. Madam Clerk, we can do this by voice.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all in favor that we approve today's agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Let the record show there are none opposed. All right, moving right along. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a moment to recognize Heather Kesterson, the Children's Services Act CSA Program Manager, for recently receiving the Paul Baldwin Outstanding CSA Coordinator Award from the Virginia Office of Children's Services. In order to qualify for this award, an individual should exemplify a collaborative spirit, family focus, and innovation. Got to flip pages here. Bear with me, please. Heather has demonstrated countless efforts and commitments to serving youth and their families in Franklin County by learning the program, taking on its challenges, being attentive to feedback to improve effectiveness and efficiency, and working in a collaborative spirit. She has repaired the fractures amongst stakeholders through policy updates that support all parties and also enforce these policies. She has shown an outstanding spirit of innovation, and during Heather's time as our CSA program manager, the CSA program has evolved into a highly functional collaboration where each stakeholder takes responsibility for the operation of the program. She has an open door, an open phone policy for the Family Assessment and Planning Team, or better known as the FAP team, and the FAP case managers, a Community Policy Management Team, CPMT members, and is always willing to help whenever and wherever there is a need. By building a rapport with each agency, FAP members now embrace their role in case planning, while CPMT takes a more strategic review in the overall direction of the program. Heather has worked hard to ensure family focus and participation during FAP meetings. Heather has been instrumental in helping the Franklin County CSA program strive to be the best that it can possibly be. She strives to empower our community and ensures that we are effectively meeting the needs of our youth and families in Franklin County, Virginia. Heather, if you will come forward, please.
Mr. Chairman, as Heather comes forward, I would just like to say a couple of words on behalf of the staff and the tremendous work that Heather has brought to our CSA office in a very short amount of time. It's been tremendous. And I think our chair of our CPMT, the Community Policy and Management Team, is with us, Marcy Altus. Marcy, if you'd like to come forward as well, if you want to.
Yes,
well, why
you
not?
have to.
You're here, right? And so she didn't know I would ask her to do that. And of course, Ms. Lori Smith on the Board of Supervisors serves as the board's rep, as well as Brian Carter from the office, our finance office and CSA office. But just a tremendous work. And we already, Heather, could see in you what now the State Association of CSA could see, and we just value you and appreciate you. Thank you for your steadfast leadership in all the services that you provide.
I want I'm gonna come down. Heather, I served on the CPMT committee for 2 years when I first got elected to the board. And I want you to step down and thank you personally for the hard work that you're doing. Just thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I know everyone here appreciates it. Franklin County appreciates it. And we'll talk about it.
Mr. Chairman, while you're coming forward, I might just offer a couple quick comments. Heather has done an extraordinary job on CPMT and as our CSA coordinator. And Heather, you bring so much professionalism, articulation of detail that's so required, and really just an efficiency and dedication to those that we serve. And to have your colleagues recognize you throughout the state at this very high level, we are really the recipients of having such a wonderful asset in you on our staff. And we're grateful to you, and we're grateful on behalf of all of the families that you touch and serve. So thank you.
I'd also like to add to that, I work with Heather. She's a very resourceful person. I really appreciate her. And thank you so much for what you do for this county and all you try to help. So thank you so much.
Anyone else? Thank you again, Heather. All right, moving right along, we'd like to take this moment to introduce Mr. Dwayne Parker, our Director of Information and Technology. And come on up. And
Mr. Chairman, as Dwayne comes to the podium, of course, Dwayne started with us just a few weeks ago, but he is no stranger to the IT profession. Dwayne comes to us with over 20 years of experience as the Director of Technical Services for the City of Roanoke Department of Human Services, and also owns and operates a cybersecurity and IT consulting business, and that he also provides to the private sector. And so it's been a few short weeks, Dwayne, and I called Dwayne this morning and said, I do exist. I'm around, but he has been really, really busy with the IT staff, getting to know all the IT staff as well, and getting out. And something I really appreciate about Dwayne, he is going out of his way to meet with every county department director. And he said, Chris, I really want to actually get to know the needs of the end user, not just the needs of the IT department, but every specific department. And that's an excellent sign in someone who understands that IT supports all county departments, not just itself. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, this is Mr. Dwayne Parker. I know you'll get to enjoy getting to know him and working with him, and he may have a few comments for the board this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me here. I appreciate it. I look forward to leveraging my expertise to contribute to the success of our organization, and also look forward to collaborating with each and every one of you moving forward. So I appreciate you having me here, and I look forward to this new adventure with each and every one of you. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, moving right along to the consent agenda. I'd like to remind each supervisor, if you have any questions about the consent agenda, please contact staff prior to the meeting to get those answers as needed. Before I ask you what you want to do with the consent agenda, I would like to amend item number 5. That is the Volunteer Fire EMS Grant Program Application Training Project Request. The Fire Association has requested to use the remaining funds to this grant to be used for training, and I'm going to ask that we change the language in there from a 80-20 match to a 100% cover, since it's going to be used for training. That way they won't have to put up a monetary match in this amount. And I think with the efforts and the work that they're already putting into it, that would far exceed the 20% match anyway, but this just makes it official. So they will not be required to put up a match in this grant. And that's my amendment to item number 5. Yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Just the Firefighter 1 class that we're currently hosting is, I think there's 29 new volunteers in that class. So looking good. Appreciate that. Really do. Thank you.
Good. Anyone else? Yes, Tom.
Yes, I highly support this because a lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of our volunteer firefighters face a lot of health hazards.
And I think the more we can do for them and help them, the better off we are, because like I said, number one, I think if I'm not mistaken, the number one cause of their death is cancer. And they go into a lot of buildings, it's got a lot of plastic, contaminants, and I think whatever we can do to support them, I highly suggest it, and I appreciate Mr. Tatum making that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 4.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so we're gonna vote on items 1, 2, 3, and 5. Board, what's your pleasure with the remaining items?
Mr. Chairman, I move the approval of items 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson is absent for the vote. Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, item number 4.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the spending of the money to replace the motors in old trucks. I have been talking about this, I think, every year that I've been on the board, about staying up on replacing our ambulances. And I know it's a 3-year build out for an ambulance to the tune of about $350,000. But it's kind of hard for me to vote to put new motors in ambulances when we got $60 million sitting in the bank. And I think we need to go ahead and bite the bullet and just order a couple ambulances to give our medics out on the street the good working tools that they need and they deserve. And it was brought to my attention that there are a couple ambulances available with Atlantic Emergency Solutions, I think is what they go by, that are significantly less for about $280,000 a piece. And I would like to have some discussion on instead of putting Band-Aids on a couple trucks that are already worn out, to go ahead and buy 2 new ambulances. I think total cost is about $556,000.
I have some questions. Mr. Ludeman or Mr. Meeks, or one of y'all will come forward. Not trying to catch you off guard, I just have a question.
And before he talks, Tim, before Chief talks, lucky for you guys, I listen to my pager all day, every day. And I can think of at least 3 times in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, you correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, where I have heard a truck mark en route and then mark not en route, out of service, mechanical failure. The citizens of this county deserve to have a truck show up without a 3 to 4 or 5 minute delay, especially if they're having a cardiac emergency or stroke where seconds count. I've talked about this for 3 years now, about staying ahead of this, and now we're at a point where I think we got 1 reserve truck available to us right now before we got to start robbing them from other volunteer stations, or have we already started taking them from volunteer stations?
Well, to answer your question, so we don't have any available reserve trucks available today. That obviously changes daily based on the need. But currently today, we have several of our older trucks that are in the shop, and we have no available reserve trucks today.
Okay, my question, Mr. Ludeman, how many of our current ambulances do we have that could be salvaged for further use if we approve this engine replacement and transmission replacement?
We identified 3 of our older trucks that potentially could be salvaged.
Let me ask you this, are they worth salvaging? In your opinion,
In my professional opinion,
are
no.
they worth salvaging?
No, they're not. These are trucks with high mileage, and replacing the engine isn't going to solve our problem with other mechanical things such as the suspension systems, the transmissions, the box, the hardware themselves have taken a beating over the years, and I would be cautious on trying to put, as Mr. Mitchell said, a Band-Aid on an older truck. I wouldn't be opposed to it if that was our only option, But in my professional opinion, I don't think that's the right direction we necessarily want to take if we have an opportunity to purchase new vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead.
I don't have a question, Mr. Ludeman, but is this open for discussion?
Yes, while I have him up here, anyone else have any questions for Mr. Ludeman?
I do.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, if I may. Good afternoon, Mr. Ludeman.
Good afternoon.
Just a question. If we were to do as Mr. Mitchell suggests, and hypothetically, we were to purchase 2 or 3 ambulances because mainly of the weight status, and that we're going to be further and further behind with each year that passes. Ambulances are in the rotation schedule, yes or no?
Yes, they are in the rotation, but as you were aware of, the challenges that we have come across is that rotation gets thrown off based on the availability to build them out.
So my next question is, as we continue to work through public safety, the infrastructure of public safety, if you will, and how we do things, do you think that the ambulances, especially in the current circumstances we're operating in, should be on their own separate rotation schedule, apart from apparatus?
I do, yes,
Okay, thank you.
I do.
And they are, correct?
Correct.
They are separated?
Yes, there is a separate, I guess you would call a line item for EMS vehicle replacement.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure. I
There's a little bit of
realized
funding in there, not enough to cover a replacement, but
that. Okay,
it is separated from fire apparatus. Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay, anyone else have any questions for Mr. Ludeman? Go ahead, Nick.
Mr. Ludeman, were you referring, when you said that, in your professional opinion, you didn't think it was worth replacing the motors, were you referring to the 3 today in this?
Yeah, we've identified 3 trucks that if it was our only option to replace the engines in them, those 3 trucks have more than just engine problems. If that
These 3 trucks that we're talking about here,
Yes, sir.
what other problems is that?
Daily problems. They're aged. I refer to the box of the unit. They're working what we call the patient compartment. We have shelves falling apart. Those things take a beating going down the road. So the boxes are falling apart. We've got standard problems that you will run into when you get high mileage vehicles. We've got one sitting in the parking lot that's leaking fluid, and we had to have it towed today. It's leaking fluid, electrical problems, typical problems you would find in a vehicle that's got, well over 100,000 miles of driving down through these back roads and over the mountains to the hospitals that we put a wear and tear on these vehicles.
I understand, I drive them every day myself.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Luderman, I realize this is a Band-Aid fix. We've got no extra ambulances now, so if we spent the $50,000, we all know as a board we are going to have to buy new ambulances down the road. But would this not add to the reserve fleet so you did have some spare trucks when we're in this situation?
Yes, sir. It could potentially, but again, I would be cautious about the investment into these engines and running into the additional problems that these older vehicles are showing every day to us. So potentially, sure, if that is our only option.
Well, I'm aware of that, but it's a lot of difference in spending $50,000 to get 3 spare trucks and $500,000 to get 1 good truck, which we're going to have to buy anyway eventually. Am I not correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's just the point I wanted to make for the board. Thank you.
2 trucks, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, just 2.
Well,
All right, anyone else have any questions for Mr. Ludeman while he's here? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Tommy?
Mr. Chairman, this bothers me. Mr. Ludeman just said that the trucks are falling apart. But whose responsibility is to keep these trucks up? That's an age-old question with me. If somebody come before me wanting money and telling me something's falling apart, then why hadn't it been addressed before this? That's their responsibility to keep these vehicles up. And if they've fallen apart, I ask that question, why are they falling apart? Why haven't they been taken care of, looked after? And I can understand the engine blowing, but if you got a loose shelf or if you got something wrong with a vehicle, you shouldn't park it. You should fix it. And also, I'd like to go along with Mike that it says right here pretty plainly, the county will need to order new units to replace the aging units, but adding these 3 units back into rotation will position the county well while awaiting 2 to 3 year delivery. To me, it's worth $50,000. If we have a natural disaster, we're gonna need all the ambulances we can get. So to me, we need to make sure that these motors are put in these ambulances, put back in shape. I mean, I'd rather spend another $50,000 per ambulance than pay $500,000 for a new one. So it bothers me that if they're falling apart, why they're falling apart, and who blew the engines, and why can't we get these back on the road? Because we promised the people of Franklin County that we will look after them. And this is looking after people of Franklin County. So I highly request that we spend the money for, get the ambulances back in shape. And like I said, you're waiting 4 or 5 years. What's gonna happen between that time? So I highly suggest that we get the motors back in these ambulances and get them back up to par to protect the people of Franklin County.
Okay, Mr. Cundiff, are you asking to put item number 4 back on the consent agenda for vote?
Do what, sir?
Are you asking to put item number 4 back on the consent
Yes.
agenda for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else have any discussion? Okay, would you like to make that a motion, please? That we approve it?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we put item number 4 back on the agenda and vote on it.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call on this, please?
Is this to put it back on the agenda
This-
or the
this-
item
This
itself?
to put it back on the agenda, and then we'll take a vote on the item
Okay,
itself.
thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
I thought we were done with the agenda.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
No.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson is absent for the vote. Chairman Tatum,
Yes. All right, now do I have a motion to approve this item since we put it back on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that it's approved, put back on agenda.
Okay, you make a motion to approve it.
Yes, I make a
Okay.
motion to approve it,
We
I'm
have a
sorry.
second.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call on this, please? And this is to approve this motion, this item.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
No.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
No.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson is absent for the vote. Chairman Tatum,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Okay. All right, moving right along. Todd Daniels.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Good to be with you on this rainy day.
It's good to
Don't say
see
that
the
too
rain.
Well, I was glad to see it too.
Yeah, if you remember what it's like, so. It's last I checked my gauge, when I got here, it was like 1.05, so that's a great thing. And Bedford County needs it too with the smoke. We've had a little bit of smoke lately, so I think some of that leaked over into Franklin yesterday. I know the schools got out early and, because we've been watching that pretty close with our folks working outside and what have you. Hopefully that's behind us. So I'll give the report like always. It's a brief report, and then take any questions or comments. So things I wanted to highlight today, Bethlehem Road, Route 739, we've completed a couple of pipe replacements. Wade's Gap, Route 726, while it doesn't carry a lot of traffic, this is a big one for us. We finished our second low water structure. There's 2 of them out there on the NAF Road end, and both of those have now been upgraded to larger pipes. It does not mean the road won't flood, but it means it will flood much less often. So that's a huge impact to those folks out there that have to go another route or are impacted by the high water. Our high friction pavement, if you remember last time I was here last month, we were working on it that day, and indeed we were, and they finished it late that evening. So that's great, that's in place, and to my knowledge, we hadn't had rain, but it should make some good, big improvements there. We completed our pipe replacement on 220 south of Grassy Hill, which I mentioned last month. The completed part, we came back and paved over and smoothed that out. Our latex operations on 122 are complete, center line, pavement markers, and also the paving operation on 122 from Burnt Chimney Road to Longwood is complete, and that's center line and pavement markers as well. Currently moving ahead to the next 60, but Route 840 Dove Road is currently closed, and we're working on a pipe replacement there. We'll complete that by mid next month, mid-December. Your report shows Route 681 Cooper's Cove pipe work to begin in mid-November, which was a reschedule Originally, on the draft report, we had Route 705, Chestnut Hill Road, and those are part of the same contract to actually bore and jack a pipe under the road. We stepped away from 705 because we struck rock that we didn't anticipate, so we made a change to move to 681, reassessed while we were doing that. We've come up with a new plan on 705, so the report is incorrect saying 681 because we decided a little bit later after this was submitted, we're going to stay at 705 and attempt to get that pipe through there, knowing a little more about the rock. So just a little change, it's minor, no impact to traffic because that's a bore and jack project. So we're actually boring through the embankment and shoving the pipe through there. On page 2, we have one new requested safety study, was on Piney Point Road down off of the Dillard Hill area, and that was a homeowner that requested that. So that is that's been sent up and is underway. The last comment I have is our 3 projects on page 3 are still on schedule for add next month. So we will see likely quite a bit of activity on 220 next construction season. And that's all I have today.
Anyone have any? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Todd. More of a question for Brian. Were we able to get some, improve the shoulders on Wade's Gap on the other side of Wade's Gap? Was the Callaway guys girls able to get out there and take care of that?
Mr. Mitchell, I talked with our superintendent up there, and they were going to go look at it that day. I haven't followed up with them to make sure that they did get it done, but I told them there were some low shoulders that were pointed out. Okay. So they were going to look that day and schedule the work. So I suspect that it's done, but I'll follow back up with you.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Good, Mike.
Thank you, Tim. Todd, I just have a question. I think it was part of the Smart Scale project. When you come off of Grassy Hill Road onto 220 going north, are you all building, I'm not sure if the correct term's an acceleration lane. When is that scheduled to start?
It's called a Turbo T, Mr. Carter, is what it is. It is an acceleration lane. That's what it is. It separates the traffic entering 220 northbound from the northbound traffic. So there's the difference in a typical acceleration lane and this, there's a separation there. The schedule, so that's not on this report. Off the top of my head, we're a little bit behind the through cut projects at Wirtz and Sontag and in the Pleasant Hill R-cut. Do you know, Lisa, off the top of your head? I don't have a schedule today. That's not one of them that's on our immediate radar.
Right.
It's under development in our PE phase, is what we call it. We can get you a date. We can get you an email with a scheduled add date.
I had someone question me about that, and I couldn't remember the details.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. On Bar Ridge Road, I drove it the other day, and you got about a 10-foot section that's already breaking up. I appreciate if you look at it, see what the problem is. The road hadn't been built that long, and like I said, I traveled the other day, and you got about a 10-foot section that's breaking up on the right. It's on the left-hand side heading towards the creek. On the right-hand side coming back to Union Hall. Also, I don't know what you call them, but they're like rumple strips that you put in the center of the road. I'm still pushing to get from Rocky Mount to Pennsylvania County to get that done, because we've had a lot of head-on collisions on that Route 40, and I think it's really, really highly necessary if we get the funding to put those in the center of the road, so keep people from having such head-on accidents. And I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you all do. I know you have a tough job, but I appreciate you. But if you look at those, I greatly appreciate that too, sir. Thank you.
We will, Mr. Cundiff. I will say the rumble strip. So we have conveyed the desire of yours and other board members too, or questions about the rumble strips that we see Pennsylvania County and other counties. If you hadn't been up, Windy Gap, Roanoke County just got some rumble strips as part of a project as well. So we see that like y'all do, and we ask the questions. We're getting questions about this, and because we're unfortunately, we're very familiar with the crashes on 40, and we don't necessarily decide, we being the residency, where the rumble strips go, but what we found out, what we can tell you is that our traffic engineering group, they are reviewing our primary routes. Some of them will get rumble strips prior to a paving schedule. A paving schedule is like what happened on 122 from Burnt Chimney Road south. They will in concurrence with that, they'll get installed. Some will get installed on newer paved sections that warrant the installation, but there's several years before they'll be repaved again. So it's a combination of strategies, if you will. But I'll leave you with the fact that it's well known in Salem in our traffic engineering group, the desire for 40, 122. Ms. Smith, I think you mentioned that too. So we're helping carry that message.
This high friction pavement, I think you told me once before. You refresh my memory. What is high friction pavement?
So it's a surface treatment. It's an epoxy and a bauxite aggregate. It's very thin. But I'll cut my word, special design. It's not like us going out here and patching that you see on some of our routes with liquid asphalt and a number 8 or stone or a pea gravel. It's not like that, but it's similar. And it does, the sole purpose is to increase friction in the segments we put it on.
On a rainy day, it's better for the road?
It should be better for the traveling public, yes, on a rainy day, or any day for that matter.
Well, I meant though, you
Yeah.
said epoxies. I just want to make sure, epoxy is slick.
Well, you put your epoxy down, and then you take the aggregate and spread it out across the epoxy, so you're not riding on the epoxy. That epoxy does nothing more than glue or hold the aggregate in place.
All right.
And it does increase the friction, most definitely. It is not cheap, so you don't see it used a lot. We use it in very specific locations. We've used it on Interstate 81. We've used it on 29 in the Lynchburg district and some other places in very specific spots because it's quite expensive per square yard.
Right. Well, once again, I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Todd, good afternoon. I'm glad that you, Mr. Cundiff, you brought up the issue about reflectors. I think that's really what I was interested in on 122, a day like this. The center line, and I don't know if you all go as far as to do the sides, but those reflective, I know we've got the reflective paint, but would it help if I did a letter or sent a formal request in so that your engineering guys can take a look at that?
Well, they have looked at it, and so rumble strips are one item. The reflectors are the pavement markers.
Right.
So you got markings, paint markers, or
Right.
the reflectors. And of course, if you look at the latex section and the paved section, they both got the reflectors. We don't have them in the Westlake area,
That's
if I remember
where
correctly.
Yeah.
Partly because of some of our guidance on how we put them in. We've asked, and you're welcome. I'm not saying don't send a request. Absolutely, you're welcome to do that. Will it necessarily change where we put it? I wouldn't commit to that. I don't want to do that, and then tell you something that's not true. So we continue to look at it. The traffic engineers put them in based on some criteria. Now, I'll admit, sometimes you look at it, it's like, why'd they put them there and not over here? Which you probably ask yourself. I can't answer that specifically today.
So
But
are there considerations for connector roads like Scruggs for that type of?
It's atypical for us to put them on our
That's what
secondary
I
system.
thought. Okay.
When you look at volumes in Scruggs specifically, and we've talked about this, you've got extremely high volume up near 122. It's almost similar too. It's very similar to 122 volumes.
Mm-hmm.
But quickly, as you go past Brooks Mill and you keep headed down Scruggs Road, it starts to tail off because people are going home and different things. If we looked at volume alone, would it warrant it between Brooks Mill and 122? Maybe. But volume's not the only thing we look at. We do look at weather conditions. Fog is one of the criteria. Now, that's not a big problem here, like it is in some elevations. But typically, we're not putting them on our secondary roads.
Okay.
It can happen, but it's not as frequent as the primary roads.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? I don't see anyone. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the board and all the Franklin County staff, and we're looking forward to a quiet Thanksgiving
There
and a
you go.
quiet beginning to winter. We did have I wanted to end, we had our weather report like we do every year, and probably all heard and read that a lot of folks think it might snow a little more than we're used to in the last couple of years. So while I am not a snow hater, I would prefer it doesn't snow for about 6 or 7 years. We'll see. So thank you, Mr.
Happy
Chairman.
Thanksgiving,
Thank you, Todd.
Brian.
All right, Brian Carter, come on up and give us some good news.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can't promise it'll be good news, but I don't know it's bad news, so maybe it's just neutral. How's that?
Just as long as you smile when you say
As long as I
it.
smile.
As long as you say it.
Mr. Cundiff, I know you're gonna miss this. So for our finance report for the month ending October 31st, so 4 months of the year, we're looking at about a third of the budget. And so we look about 33% where we're looking at for the revenues here. This is our general fund. Of course, property taxes are really only collected once or twice a year, depending on the type of tax. That's going to be a little off. The other monthly taxes you can see are around that 33% collection rate that we would want to see. No major concerns on that. Expenditures likewise are at or below that 33% mark. And so with the exception of the General Financial Administration, Community Development, which is consistent, and that's because we pay a lot of upfront at the beginning of the year invoices and costs and contributions out of those. So otherwise, no major concerns on the rate of spend for our departments in the expenditure categories. So to graphically show the revenues, you can see year over year, we're for October a little behind where we were last year at this time as far as revenue collection. But for our major categories, general property taxes are actually up. Other local taxes are down a little bit. State is up a little bit overall. So still looking okay. A lot of that tends to be timing, just depends on and when it comes in. For local sales tax, we had a good month for sales tax, as you can see with the light blue line. So for October, which remember we have a 2-month holdback because the state processes in forward, so this would be August sales. And so we had an increase that went up to 11% growth year over year, just under 285,000. That is a positive increase. It was 8.6% last month, so we are seeing growth. Again, the growth in the taxes collected, not necessarily growth in the volume of sales. But as far as our budget goes, that's going to be important.
Could I make a comment on that, Brian?
Yes, sir.
I think it's a false narrative if you figure inflation into that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we're really that much ahead. I'm not sure we're even staying even if you figure inflation into those numbers. Do you think that's correct? I know I brought this up before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you look at year over year inflation, I know when we compare, it was, and it's later, 3.2%, but if you look at a couple of years ago, surely there is less sales volume in these numbers. So if we get into a period of stagflation or deflation, it could very much impact the budget in a negative way because I don't think the volume is what it was 1 to 2 years ago. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So for meals taxes, we did see fairly level at 2.3% year over year, about 14,500 year over year growth. So it's consistent. It's not outstanding growth, but it is consistent and it is growth. And so that was a little bit of a change. It was dropped a little bit from last month. It was actually 2.7%, dropped to 2.3% year over year as far as growth. Transient occupancy got better. We had a great month, and see, this is what I mean by a lot of it is timing. So what probably happened is a lot of the August taxes were not collected in September, but rebounded in October just because of that and the typical trend as you see in the line there. And so we had a good collection in October. It actually, in September, it was negative 18.6%. Now it's negative 3.4%. So occupancy taxes are, now we're still above budget. We're 50% of budget. So instead of 33%, we're at 50%. So from a budget perspective, we're doing just fine. But as far as year over year growth, we are seeing a little slowdown in the occupancy collections on that. So for expenditures, you can see overall we're about flat. I mean, we were up in July and August, down a little bit in September and October, year over year. Major categories, we have slight increases in all of them. We tend to expect that with the inflation, with the consistent spending. No major changes into the spend on that. It's just inflation, things cost more, and of course, a big portion of the budget is personnel.
Brian,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you speak to the increase in public safety that's illustrated there?
Yes, ma'am. Well, because that houses the sheriff's office and, of course, Department of Public Safety, that's the largest block. And so, of
Right.
course, any increase in personnel as far as raises and things, pay increases, is going to impact more than the others. A lot of the things also that's in that, and I have to look at the timing, but the regional jails paid out of there and the debt service, so it depends on the timing of the month as to whether that goes up or down. Some of that's quarterly, some of it's monthly.
Okay, I hadn't considered the debt service component.
Yes, ma'am. We have a quarterly component on debt service for the regional jail as well. That would be part of that
Okay,
number.
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So health and welfare, to break that down a little bit further, really all the social services up a little bit. Again, to be expected, that seems to be mostly personnel. The programs are about even. So if you remember last month, CSA was down a little bit. Well, there's a timing and there's an accounting entry, and so now it's back up, and that goes to what we were talking about. We're seeing double-digit increases, a lot more complex cases. It's difficult to find a bed. We have very little leverage in negotiating these rates, and so we're almost at the mercy of our private providers. So we are seeing double-digit increases on the services. We are seeing increased case count, children in the program. I will say we just recognized Ms. Kesterson. Certainly, that's well deserved. She's doing a wonderful job on that. The cost per child is actually down because of concentrated efforts to keep them in the community and get a higher state match. But overall, the program is still sustaining significant increases because of just the population and the need. So there's really no change on the fund balances and reserves. It's still unaudited. We're working through the final financial report. That'll more than likely be scheduled to be presented to you at the December or the January meeting, depending on our auditor availability. We'll update that. Don't think it'll fluctuate significantly. But given all of that, with the anticipated projected 20% minimum, we're about $14.7 million over the minimum at this point in our unassigned fund balance. As far as capital project update, and so we are still working with our school system and Davenport, of course, the timing of the middle school project, so that literary loan was approved. That will eventually be borrowed, and we will start pulling down on that money. It's not needed at this time. And we are working, at the end of the month is the submission deadline for the construction grants for the next round with Virginia Department of Education. So we're working with our school staff to make sure those are submitted, and we'll have that in time. As far as the turnaround time, hopefully we'll have an answer in the next few months, and then that'll give us it. What we're looking at is a lot of those awards, at the very least, are based on a percentage of total cost, and so that goes to help fund some of the construction, less borrowing we would have to do as a locality. So economic update, the CPI did increase 3.2% in October, year over year, so October of the prior year. The Federal Reserve did meet the end of October, 1st of November, did not change their target funds rate. They left it level again. And so the next open market committee, the one that sets the rate, is December 12th through the 13th. There was discussion of whether they raise it. They may raise it one more time for a slight bit, but for right now it's level, so we'll see what happens. Of course, as the rate goes up, it increases our borrowing cost, and that impacts us in many different areas. One thing I wanted to note, and it doesn't impact us directly, but is the macro economy. So Moody's, one of our rating agencies that you're aware of, they actually downgraded the federal government's debt from, it's still AAA, but instead of a stable outlook, it's a negative outlook. And S&P and Fitch have already downgraded to AA+. So what that means is it could, if that continues and the federal government in its unsustainable path of fiscal responsibility, it may increase our borrowing costs, because the less the federal U.S. treasuries are worth, the more difficult it is on some of that in the markets. And so now the positive side is it could help us, because people who would normally buy U.S. debt may look for somebody like Franklin County's debt who has a nice AA+ bond rating. They feel better that they'll get the return on that. So there are some pluses and minuses, but for the overall macroeconomy, the worse the federal debt rating, the worse overall it is to borrow money. It impacts several different areas for the federal government, which funds several things at the local level. So from a state budget update, we did have some updates to the General Assembly. So the governor is, don't hold me to the exact date, but the plan is on or around December 20th to present his proposed budget. So the Commonwealth has a biennial budget, a 2-year budget, so this will be his 2-year budget plan. The General Assembly received updates on some of the numbers, and basically the numbers were that federal money is running out from all of the stimulus that occurred. We're going back to normalized operations with reserves, so all of the nice surpluses that we've all experienced, even on a local level, over the last 2-3 years is gone. And so we better, from a fiscal reality standpoint, be ready to get back to normal. It's essentially what the message was to both houses of the General Assembly. And so the one thing I noted on there was the significant obligations. So there will be revenue growth projected, but because of commitments to public education and Medicaid, a lot of that new revenue growth is already spoken for. So the pot of unobligated revenue growth for either state or local impact is going to be very minimal based on the projections as they are today. So that is the update. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Carter? Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Carter, when people look at us that borrow money, isn't it very advantageous to us to keep a lot of money in fund balance? Don't they look at that to see how we're saving our money or how we're attributing our money to projects and stuff like that? So even at $37 million or what it was figure you gave, you got a $184 million budget. So if we don't keep fund balance up, and if anything happens to the economy, we don't have enough in fund balance to run the county. Right. But we do have enough to attract our borrowers and know that we are saving money and trying to keep money ahead. Mm-hmm. So it's very important, I think, that we keep up with our fund balance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. So basically the purpose of a reserve, and every rating agency, I guess they all put a priority on reserves and fund balance. And the purpose of that is flexibility. So if there is a downturn in the economy, or if there is some adverse condition, we have reserves in order to adjust our budget to address it. From the standpoint of that, if you are an investor and you're looking to buy bonds, you want a safe investment. And so if they have very sufficient reserves, you feel confident that that locality will pay the debt service and that will be a solvent investment. And so the ones who are in more precarious fiscal conditions, that the rating agencies do not look favorable on that, so lowers the rating. It takes usually years to get to that level, but from a rating standpoint, everyone in their funding criteria have reserves, and they don't set the minimum. We've designated 20% of revenues. The rating agencies don't do that. What they look at is the locality overall and what would be our ability to pay our debts if needed to dip into reserves. What's our capacity?
And if we use that fund balance, it takes us a long time to put it back.
It's taken years to get to there. Like as I mentioned, we've had very good years of the last 2 or 3. A lot of that the result of savings from federal stimulus. But typically, off of a $100 million budget, you may have $1 million a year. And if you remember, we had a nice year, but really when you strip out the interest earnings, we had $400,000 off of $100 million. So that's less than 0.5% was our surplus this year. So, that's why it takes so long to build up a balance like that under our historical operating conditions. Yes, sir.
Well, I just want to bring out the point. That's what the investors look at when we borrow money, how we save money. So I know we could use the fund balance for other stuff, but it's very important that we maintain what we have for borrowing and stuff like that.
I will attest to that. I've been to 2 trips at this point to visit the rating agencies, and one of the most important things that they hone in on is the reserves and our intended use of those reserves. The other thing they look at is, did we use reserves for recurring expenses? They absolutely hone right in on that, and hopefully the answer is no if you're a locality at that point. So,
well, and also what little bit upswing we have, and I know some people talk about the pipeline, but I was at the store the other day, and then it was mobbed by pipeline people, and I asked the gentleman at the store, I said, how much do they contribute every day to the economy of your store? He said $1,000 a morning. So, I'm afraid when they leave, we may take a downswing on that. But anyway, I have just a few things I want to point out. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Brian, if I may, the carryover or the variance for the schools, is that an audited number?
The 3.5 million, that is not an audited number, that is a cash basis number.
Okay.
And so the way that works is we transfer to the school system as they need the cash from us. You know, that fluctuates based on the state or federal revenue received in any given month. So that is the cash basis number based on what we did not transfer to them during the year. That is not an official audited number at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, to follow up on Vice Chair Smith's comment regarding the school carryover, we recently, Brian and I recently met with the superintendent and the director of finance with the schools. They have not brought their carryover request to the Board of Supervisors just yet, but we have learned that the majority of their carryover in that number is carry forward ESSER funds or stimulus funds. And so in the scheme of things, they have a few $100,000, if you will, likely in local carryover dollars, but the majority of that amount, just for the board's interest, likely is those ESSER carry forward dollars.
But have we had that in the past?
In the past, we have some in the past, Ms. Smith, probably not to the extent because of the ESSER funds in that particular case. And of course, they have to be obligated specifically for things like middle school construction project and so forth.
So the ESSER monies have been part of their carryover?
It certainly will be this
Roughly?
year, and in previous years, probably not to the extent or to the level that it has been because of the amount of those ESSER funds. But we'll bring more detail back with the schools.
Yes.
No, Mr. Carter, here in the very near future, we're going to be, as this board's going to be discussing borrowing options for the Career and Technical Center at the high school. I spoke with Mr. Crutchfield just last week and have spoken to Dr. Sears, and they are in the process of trying to compile some information for this board that will help us to realize and understand once that Career and Technical Center is built and in operation, they want to use the current space across from Hardee's to keep some of our private day placement from going outside the county. And they're working on trying to compile some of this information to show us a savings that they will be able to accumulate by keeping that here, and to help justify some of the excessive spending that we're going to be putting forth toward this Career and Technical. So they may reach out to you or maybe Mr. Whitlow while they're putting this together. Just want to make you aware that they are working on this to help us to understand that they can help contribute. They have some grant money that they're trying to contribute in, but they have other ways and other means that they're going to try to help contribute to the actual financial needs that this is going to bring. So
Yes.
just in case they reach out to you, you'll know what they're talking about.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Carter? Don't see anyone. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, Brian.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Ms. Tarts. Good to see you today.
Thank you. Good evening, lady and gentlemen of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to come and give you all an update on the reassessment process, what we're seeing, and what things are looking like. And I have with me today Gary Eanes with Wampler and Eanes and Agnew Stathos. It's a residential appraiser, and they're going to come give you a good snapshot of what they're seeing and what you can expect in the final results. So.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, board members. Thank you, first of all, for allowing us to serve this county. This is the sixth time we have completed reassessment projects for Franklin County, and so we've been with you over 20 years now. We've been through the good times in real estate. We've been through some bad times in real estate. So we'll just go over a few things here that we have set up for you folks. First of all, you folks don't know me. I guess I've never met any of you, so it's nice to meet you. And our company, we were established in 1996. We serve localities that do not have an appraisal staff, so we contract all over the state and in North Carolina. And by the end of this year, we will have completed 153 reassessments throughout Virginia and North Carolina. And that's 55 different localities, totaling about 2.6 million properties. What are the legal requirements for a reassessment? The state basically says if your population's over 50,000, you have to do one every 4 years. You can do it sooner, but the longest you can wait is 4 years. And Franklin County has always been on a 4-year cycle. Our first one was completed in 2004. Another requirement is if the state Department of Taxation comes in and your ratio to sales price drops below 70%, then they would recommend that you do a reassessment. And this is also a tool in seeing how well we've done with our sales study. The first step in a reappraisal is we come in and do a comprehensive sales study. But we go one step farther. We watch sales all the way until we send out notices sometime in January or the end of December, the 1st of January. So we study the market all the way through the process. Each property is visited by a field appraiser or a technician who verifies and collects data and additional data. We basically take the records from the Commissioner of Revenue's office that are on record right now. We take those property record cards to the field. We verify the information. We update things that we find. We look at depreciation items, look for new structures, anything like that to keep your real estate records up to date. And again, the Commissioner's office, that's what they do. They're the record keepers. Once we finish a reassessment, we turn everything over to Margaret's office. They will keep those records then until the next reassessment. We verify the information with the homeowner if they are at home. We check number of bathrooms and basement finishes, just anything pertaining to that dwelling. One of the processes that we've done, and we've really are focusing on at this time because of this market that we're in, we divide the county up into smaller areas called neighborhoods or market areas. And we're up to, when I created this program, we were at 74, but this morning we were already up to 79 different neighborhoods. So what that's saying is that when we look at sales, we're comparing Rocky Mount to Rocky Mount, Boone's Mill to Boone's Mill, Water's Edge to Water's Edge. So we're looking at sales right in those areas. And then if we have to spread out, if there's not a lot of data, then we would spread out and look for comparables elsewhere. Throughout the entire process, we will verify these sales, look at land sales, yearly appreciation trends, and other data is analyzed. And then it's all entered, all the data is entered into your appraisal system by our folks. And we have good data entry people. They keep our appraisers on their toes. We also use the tools that are available to us. We use GIS is utilized for the appraisers to view property lines, topo, land, open land versus woodland, the water frontage. We can determine acreage and road frontage. So we use every tool we have. We also have a program called Land Glide that all of our appraisers have it on their cell phones. They keep it up running. It'll show a little blue dot where you are located on the property, and that's a very helpful tool. Our goal is to create accurate appraisals and equitable appraisals. And one of the major tool for this is the sales ratio study. This is where the state comes in after we're gone. They'll study the sales that will happen throughout 24 to determine where we are a year later. So an example, if we have a home that's valued at $80,000 by us and it sells for $100,000, then we're only at 80% of market value. So our goal, and the state says we're supposed to be at 100% of market value. So if the assessments are down here and the values need to go to here, the state says you can't stop here. You have to go to market value. When the reassessment is complete, we will have hearings, and folks will be able to call in, make an appointment to meet with one of our appraisers. And we'll go over the property record card again at that time. We can show them sales of the properties. If they continue to disagree, then they would have the opportunity to come to your Board of Equalization, and they'll be appointed by the circuit court from recommendations from you folks. One thing I always like to emphasize, the reassessment is it's a two-part process. The valuation part of it is mine. This reassessment's not mandated by you, the board. It's not mandated by the Commissioner of Revenue's office. The state requires this. So until I turn it over, these values are Wamphorines. They belong to me. And we're trying to get them as close as we can, and that's why we're watching these sales all the way up until the end of the year, or as close as we can. We've got folks that are pouring through these neighborhoods right now, looking at sales, running ratios by neighborhood, certain types of homes. We're looking at the waterfront and all that. The other part of the equation is the tax rate, and that's where you folks come in. So I'll do the valuing part, you do the rate part. So I'm going to turn it over to Agnew. He will talk about some market trends that we are seeing right now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and go through some sales data here. We broke it up into three different areas. One was the waterfront, just people that had waterfront properties. That's people that actually are on the water. Another was water access plus waterfront. So some of these communities, you have water access because you have a house that's got a boat dock and a community dock or something. And the third category is a category of non-waterfront, non-access. So these are just like your properties that don't have any access to the water. And we broke it down from 4 different years. I'll show you, 5 years. So the first one is a waterfront access. That's both waterfront and water access. In 19, we had 347 sales. The average sales price was $495,000. And the listing, that percentage of listing is what they sold in relation to the listing price. So if you ask $100,000 for something, you got 95% of that and you're asking. So obviously you don't expect to get asking price. Didn't used to. 2020, we had 538 sales with a list versus asking of 97%. The average price was $575. You can start seeing the trend of the market improving here. When the listing price, people were getting closer to their asking price. 21, we had 365 sales. Average sales was $743,000. At that time, it was 99% of asking. And we actually saw cases where people were paying more than asking. They got into bidding wars, which those sales, you almost have to throw them out, or stick to your asking below asking. 2022, we had 268 sales, and that was 98% of listing, $827,000 average. And in 2023, year to date, that goes through mid-October, had 171 sales, and $821,000 is the average sales price. And you can see from 98% of list to set 97. So we are seeing evidence that the market is slowing here in late 23, but we're not seeing the values drop yet. So even though the market slowed down, we're still seeing pretty strong, sales prices. The next category is just waterfront. 2019, 262 sales, 569,000 average. 2020, 408 sales, 575,000. 2021, 266 sales, 881,000. 2022, 200 sales, 944. And 2023, 120 sales, 978. So you can see that trend of how the average waterfront property is going up significantly. Same was true with the water access waterfront. County sales, we're seeing the same trends. 19, we had 404 sales, average price of 196. 2020, we had 474 sales, 221,000. In 2021, 542 sales, 257. 2022, 454 sales, 287. And 2023, 248 sales at 299,000. So we're seeing the same trend regardless of the market you're in. And incidentally, we've seen this everywhere. Franklin, Montgomery County, Botetourt County, Wythe County, Carroll County, you name it. It's the same trend everywhere in terms of these increases we're seeing. So that pretty much concludes my presentation of the market trends. Y'all have any questions for either one of us?
Mr. Cundy.
Yes, you was talking about using the GIS system on some of your land and stuff. I sure hope that's better than my GPS on my truck. Because, I mean, how accurate is the GIS?
Well, what we use the GIS primarily for is, especially on larger acreage where we can't, walk the properties, to make sure we're not missing any outbuildings and things like that. The GIS helps us if it's accurate. Sometimes it's not, especially on water frontage. I've discovered that. I look at a waterfront piece of property and it looks like, based on GIS, it's got 350 foot of frontage. But when I see the actual recorded plat, it may be 200 foot.
Use the GIS just as an instrument, not to make your decision.
Oh, yeah. It's just a corroborating type tool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And one thing I forgot to do, we've got some sales here based on your districts. I want to run down through these. I shouldn't have any of the questions yet. So these are just from different areas. You want to take over, Gary? Here,
These are actual sales that have occurred here in 2023. As you can see, the sale price for this property was $182,500. Its current assessment is at $112,400. It's here in the town of Rocky Mount. Another one, $190,000. The current assessment today that these folks are paying taxes on, $83,000. That's Union Hall. Sale price of $192,000. The current assessment's $102,600. It's in the Boone District, 1.67 acres. Blue Ridge District, sale price $210,000. Current assessment's $81,300. Blackwater District, double wide, sold for $225,000. Current assessment $113,400. Another one in the town of Rocky Mount, $220,000. Current assessment $130,200. Town of Boone's Mill, sale price $230,000. Current assessment $156,800. Snow Creek area, $256,000. Current assessment $138,000. Another one, newer home in town of Rocky Mount, $350,000, $217,000. This one is pretty close, $450,000. Current assessment's $391,000. Property in Gills Creek District, $749,000. Current assessment $500,000. Out in 43 acre tract of land out in Blackwater, current sale price of $680,000, $429,300. Current assessment $860,000. I said 8. Okay, sorry. Blue Ridge District, 45 acre tract with this home, $1,700,000. Current assessment's right at $1 million. Gills Creek, sale price $3 million. The current assessment is $1.5. Union Hall, $3 million sale, $1.5. Current assessment. This sale just closed, I think it was November the 9th. $3,999,000. Current assessment's $2.1 in Union Hall. Any questions?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I'm curious, in the state of Virginia, how many counties do you all do that do it annually, and how many do it biannually, and roughly, and how many every 4 years?
Most of the counties that we do are on a 4-year cycle. Your counties that assess every year have staff. Typically, Roanoke County, Roanoke City, they have their own staff. We are talking to one of our clients that in the eastern part of the state that they were on a 2-year cycle, and then the market slowed down and they decided to go to a 4-year cycle. And now because of these increases, they're talking about going back to a 2-year cycle. Montgomery County's looking at going more frequently, I think, at this point. But typically, it's your larger areas that go every year. We still have some counties that are on a 6-year cycle.
Based on these market studies you put up, are we looking at an average of roughly a 30% increase across the board? I mean, some of these are huge.
Some of them are going to be huge. It's going to be neighborhood by neighborhood. I can't give you a figure right now because I want to wait until we go through all the neighborhoods in the market area, and then what we'll do is we'll accumulate all the data, and we will pass that on to administration when we have it. Yeah.
One thing I want to make sure you understand, these numbers, some of them blow your mind, these increases on these homes. That's before we've had a chance to work these, we call it working these sales. And sometimes you'll find out that, like say we had a house on the lake, had a 2,000 square foot basement. And when we pull it up on MLS, we find out that its basement's got a finished basement, all 2,000 feet, but we never had it picked up. So a lot of these increases are a lot greater than they are going to be once we go in and adjust them. So let's say that one that, I know that's another example. One of them is sales, we had $200,000 in personal property included in the sale. We try to find that out, and I just lucked up on that one. And so these people had boats and jet skis. Well, that's not, in the MLS, it's showing up there, and we need to pull that out. So after we make a lot of these adjustments per individual house, a lot of those percentage increases individually won't look so big. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yeah. And Gary, just as a comment, my parents are 94, and your field appraiser came by their house, and I wouldn't say they're critical, but my dad said, boy, that guy was really nice. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you. We take a lot of pride in our public relations with the counties. Nobody's really excited when we show up at the door. So
well, he was very complimentary. I was a little bit shocked, but
right.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, even when it showed up at my place, the dog didn't even bark.
Dog didn't bark.
That was something. Lori.
Thank you for being with us.
Yes,
just a couple questions, because I really have felt that this is an opportunity for our constituents to hear from you gentlemen and from our commissioner in terms of how this works, right. Prior to the bills going out. And this has been very helpful. So when you go into neighborhoods, do you work off of like real estate does on a comp basis, or is each property really looked at individually for the footprint that they have?
We use the comps. We pull comps right within your neighborhood, and we'll break these down. We look at them on a price per square foot basis.
And so just to clarify, when you gentlemen, and of course we're past, you all have done this now, 2023 is done, but are you looking at the exterior? When you come to a home, are you evaluating the exterior only, or are you going inside the homes?
We cannot go in. We're making our best decision from the outside. Now, when a house goes on the market, then we have access to MLS. We can look at the condition at that time, and that's where we find out a lot of these homes are flips. Basically, they've gone in and with new kitchens, things like that, and that's what Agnew was referring to. We correct that, and so we've got a new starting point with that property.
Because really the comps go to the interior of the house as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when you start talking about comps versus an exterior footprint
Right.
for purposes of reassessment, you can't, one is not going to be a standalone to the other. And I'm trying to make sure the public understands the basis of what you're looking at when they get their tax bill in the mail. What is it?
Right, right. Yeah, we'll look at, that home that has been completely remodeled. If we get it to where it's supposed to be, the house right next to it may look the same on the outside, but we don't know that if it's been remodeled or not. We would treat it as it's the age of the house as it says. So
Thank you.
unless they tell us, when we knock on the door that, oh yes, we've updated the kitchen, we've updated the bathrooms.
And so just my last question, from maybe a trending perspective, 5 to 10 years, maybe going out as much as 15 or 20 years, how does the reassessments that you're seeing last year and this year compare, generally speaking, to the types of increases that you're seeing on average?
Can you
Do I-
repeat that question again?
You gonna make me say that again?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, let me.
Just historically and from a trending perspective, when we talk about maybe an average of a 30 to 35% increase, and then in my district, in the Gills Creek district down along the lake, and what you demonstrated was going on with values there, how does what you all have seen from an assessment perspective compare to, the last 10, 15, 20 years? Has this been an exceptional reassessment year?
I would say it's comparable to 2008. From 04 to 08, we had a similar type of situation.
I agree. And
yeah.
you can see if you go back through to the chart there, waterfront. It's showing exactly what's happening in the last 5 years. And the reason we went back to 2019, those were the last sales that we used to do the 2020 assessment, were the 2019 sales. So we went back to all the way back to there to look
I'll
at
tell
it.
you, it's an observation I made. What's interesting, you have the benefit of the history on these cards. You can see what the sales were. And I was struck by finding out that, if y'all remember, the last time we had a crazy market was in that 08 assessment. It was 6 and 7. And so it's kind of neat to have the card in front of you. And you've got these people bought the house in 2007. And then in 11 and 12 and 16, the values dropped. They weren't at the 2007 levels. But then that house is sold again in 22 or 23. And now it's recouped everything that was lost in those several years. So it took us 16 years to see this market return to what it was in 07.
It's kind of market correction to some extent, right? Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I have one other quick question. It's always amazed me, when you all come to a house that looks like it's abandoned, how do you approach it? I mean, you look at the construction, livable, how do you base it? Because I know I drove over Franklin County several times, and we have several, nice brick houses that are just growing up. So when you assess a property, do you assess the potential, or you assess what's there?
We assess what's there. We look at, sometimes you'll see gutters falling off or trees growing out of the gutters, the roof. We have our folks, look for the windows to see if they're original windows or replacement. We look at the roof, the meter on the house to see if it's been updated. So we're making observations there. So we're assessing actually what we see that day.
Okay.
And sometimes we've gone by, folks find out that we're in the middle of a reassessment. The house looks bad. We kind of ride back by 3 months later and think, wow, they fixed it up since we were there. So
about a year before reassessment, let it
go down.
Then you come again. I'm just picking on you.
Right.
I do appreciate y'all though.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for answering my question.
Thank y'all for having us.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just maybe some next steps and so forth with the reassessment. And Gary Agnew, thank you both. Margaret, thank you I recently had a chance to share some thoughts on the reassessment. Some questions were asked. I was speaking at a Rotary meeting, and everyone's the reassessment seems to be on everyone's mind. And as Ms. Smith noted, the importance of having you all here today to really kind of give a preview, lay some groundwork for the reassessment, what it is and what it's not. As I shared with the Rotary Club that morning, in terms of our Commissioner of Revenue and our office, as well as our treasurer, including the Board of Supervisors, don't necessarily shoot the messengers with reassessment. Reassessment, and Gary, you noted that, it is prescribed by the Code of Virginia. It is required by law. Specifically on counties above 50,000 in population, we're at 56 roughly. So this is something that is required by the Code of Virginia every 4 years. That being said, it is also prescribed that it has to be market driven, and I think the sales that you've shared with the board today is just an early preview, perhaps, of some reassessment, the reassessment notices that will look to go out later in the month of December. I've had a chance to speak with Commissioner Margaret Torrance, and we're looking now, and I appreciate Margaret, her office, Gary Agnew, I appreciate the fact that you will go back during the month of December and we'll really reevaluate, because we know some of those market conditions are changing. And so as really right up to the last hour, almost, because we want to get this right and correct and really be fair to the citizens of the county. But also from the board's perspective and from a public informational standpoint, and I see our reporter Jason, you're with us here today. This is an early preview. This county staff will be working with Margaret's office in the coming weeks, specifically likely to call back before a lot of the notices go out, where we can have a sit down. We'll be glad to with the media to really share the information again, what reassessment is, what it's not. We know at the end of the day during our budget process, that's when this board, the Board of Supervisors, actually will set the real estate tax rate each year. And of course, we will have the required public hearings along with reassessment as well as the county budget. So there's a good opportunity, I think, this afternoon to lay that groundwork. And we've got more groundwork to lay with the media and with the public. But I wanted the board to know that staff is working diligently to get the information out there, what it is and what it's not. And so I just want to thank you both and thank the Commissioner Margaret Torrance for working so diligently. I know it's not an easy thing, but thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Whitlow.
Yes.
I am hearing that through Maddie's work and some of what admin's doing.
Yes.
That there's some type of portal on the county's website where you can sign up for alerts, for the lack of a better term.
Yes.
In terms of notifications for public hearings as it relates to the tax rate and budget hearings and so forth, rather than citizens calling in and saying, can you take my email address and make sure you contact me, that we have a mechanism. Would you talk about that
Yeah,
just a moment?
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yes, the county's website, we do have an e-government alerts feature on the county websites for multiple host of county meetings, whether it's budget information, information regarding a specific county or department, and we're working diligently for a reassessment page, Margaret's page off the Commissioner of Revenue's office page, to update that information, where citizens can now go to the county website, franklincountyva.gov, sign up for e-alerts, and that will keep citizens informed of the upcoming public hearings, not only on the budget, but the reassessment and other information. It's a helpful tool, and we'll be also pushing that out through social media as we get closer to the reassessment. So.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow.
All right, anyone else have any questions or comments for these two gentlemen? Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're scheduled to take a 10-minute break. Let's make it a short 10 minutes and we'll reconvene back in B75.
Who has worked with the county many, many years now, along with David Rose, has some information to share. And of course, I think the board knows that we've really been working the last couple of years on some forecasting, if you will, for capital plannings for capital projects over the next several years, specifically that career technical education project, which I know has been a priority of this board, but also a priority of the school board. And in addition to that, we talked about other capital projects, the need for an expanded 911 dispatch center, emergency operations center. And so not only did we ask Davenport to do some forecasting for us on the CTE center, but also what it would look like if we included some other county capital in that analysis. So he's going to walk the board members through this afternoon. In addition, Kyle, we have two supervisor-elects with us. I know you've worked with the board. Mr. Dan Quinn will be taking the position of the Union Hall district there in January. Mr. Marshall Jamison in the Blackwater district coming up there in January. So I think it would be beneficial for our supervisor-elects for this conversation today as well, not only to hear about our capital planning and our forecasting and what that means on the county's debt service, but then Kyle, also for the benefit of these gentlemen and others in the room, maybe a little bit about the county's financial health. I know you typically review that with the board in terms of how we compare with other localities. We had a robust discussion earlier in our Commissioner of Revenues with us, Margaret, on the reassessment. A lot of this is coming into play because we know the budget season is upon us. I'll talk a little bit about that under my items, Mr. Chairman, a little bit later coming up. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Kyle Laux with Davenport and Company. So, Kyle, we'll let you
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow, and members of the board, Mr. Chair, others, and board-elect. Nice to meet you all, and look forward to talking with you. So, to Mr. Whitlow's introduction, we thank you. Myself, again, Kyle, you'll remember David as well. He just couldn't be here today, but certainly is still very much involved here. We always appreciate the opportunity. It's about annually this time of year, right before Thanksgiving. The opportunity to come with the board, give some of these updates. We've got some very good news to share, so it's been a busy year, even since just a year ago, and so we'll share some of that news, give a little perspective, and again, talk about the capital planning and the finances, and certainly answer any questions. What is up on the screen is also in handouts that I think have gone around the room. We've brought some extra copies, so to the extent there's any maybe that anybody doesn't have one, we've got some extras in hard copy as well. But what you have in front of you, same things up on the screen. So we'll start here. And again, background, Davenport out of Richmond. We've had the good fortune to work with the county for probably going on about 20 years, maybe more. It's been long enough. We appreciate that. And we, as the board knows, and everyone, those that we're meeting for the first time, we really serve as a fiduciary to the county. We serve as an advisor to the county. So as you think about finances, as you're thinking about capital planning, a lot of our job is to help take some of that, paint a picture, do some projections, give them a perspective in terms of what outside investors care about, usually measured via the rating agencies, as well as what some industry norms and practices are. So from that perspective, that's what we do a lot with. We've got a lot going on in the county, and we appreciate helping with all of that. So I won't read this word for word, but in terms of background, we'll do some peer comparatives, show you what not just Franklin County, but what your peer local governments across the state are doing. We'll talk about some fund balance trends. So Mr. Whitlow mentioned the importance of the finances, for a little bit of Brian's in terms of comments earlier. We've got some very good news from the rating agencies, very fresh, just in the last couple months. A lot of that has to do with what our fund balance has been doing, and so we'll talk about that. Again, we're talking about the debt, the capital planning, some funding strategies, and certainly the policies. The county's had for a number of years board-adopted financial policies. Those have served you very well. You're in compliance with those policies, and so all the planning that we're going to talk about really contemplates keeping ourselves within those guidelines and making sure that as you go forward, you're in as good a shape in the future as you are right now, if not even better, going forward. So we say here on page 2, goals and objectives. Top of the page, we're going to preserve the county's strong AA2, AA+, and AA credit ratings. I'll show you a page or two what that means. And really, we're looking to preserve and enhance. We probably should put that word in there. We have from Moody's a positive outlook, which means, we'll talk about this in more detail, if we keep doing the things that we're doing as a county, and keep with this perspective, there's a reasonable and better than reasonable expectation that credit rating could be going up in the very near future. And so, foreshadowing a little bit the good information to come, but certainly we're preserving and really looking to increase those credit ratings, make them stronger, better in the future. That just further gives us an ability to finance things at a lower cost of funds. Number 2, we're going to do some planning. We're going to think about that in the context of cash flow. Certainly, how do we think about paying for investments that you as a board may decide you want to do, and also making sure, as we mentioned, we're in compliance with our policies and our ratios. We'll talk about the reserves, mention that a little bit, we'll talk about it in more detail, and give a little bit of history. So first and foremost, we always like to kind of start with the credit rating side of things. The county has 3 credit ratings. One's from Moody's, you see in that left hand, Standard & Poor's, we oftentimes kind of shorten to S&P, so if you hear that term S&P, it's the same thing as Standard & Poor's, and Fitch is the third. Those are the 3 major credit rating agencies that provide credit ratings to local governments all across the state. They also rate states all across the country, and they actually rate the nation, meaning the U.S. federal government as well. So, in this season, what we're trying to do is make sure we are maximizing those credit ratings and operating in fairness, not the way the federal government works, but the way that you as a very well-run local government have historically worked. We right now have what are called very strong credit ratings. We'll see if we can make the laser pointer work here. So you see this terminology here, second tier, very strong credit ratings. We started about 15 years ago to AA3, which was great at the time. We've moved up with Moody's to AA2, and really we've got a positive outlook here that could, if we keep doing the things that we're doing, move us even further up to the AA1. You notice that AA1 is just a notch off of the AAA, which is the highest possible credit rating. Standard & Poor's, we're already at a AA+, which is just a notch off of the highest possible credit rating, and Fitch also at that very strong credit rating. So those do a lot of things for us. Certainly when we decide as a board to go finance capital projects, allows you to do that at the lowest cost of funds, meaning lowest interest rate, but also sends all the right signals to investors, to economic development, that this is indeed a well-run county, and we'll explain why that is in just a couple pages. So page number 5, we just put a snapshot here of the Moody's report from earlier this spring. We've got hard copies of all the reports, we can hand those out. We won't read through it, but we like to just kind of give you a little sense of what they say and what they're looking at when they come up with this credit rating. So look at that credit strengths on the right-hand side of the page. They say above average property wealth. Certainly we heard the presentation on the reassessment. That's a positive to the rating agencies. And so we'll talk some more about that going forward, but they see that certainly as a positive, a strong local economy that serves as a cornerstone for your finances. Second thing they note there, strong reserves and liquidity supported by formal fiscal policies. So again, you as a board have policies, you follow them, they take note of that, and the fact that we have very strong fund balances tells them that we have flexibility. It's a lot of what they care about, making sure that we have flexibility in good times, which arguably they're good right now, but also if and when things turn around, knowing that we can make adjustments and have that financial flexibility, and so they see that. Third bullet point, modest leveraged and manageable borrowing program. So that's kind of fancy terms for saying the amount of debt we have outstanding right now is, in their own words, modest, and they've seen all our capital programs going forward, and in their view, that's manageable. So when we go talk to the rating agencies, which we did this spring, all these details are shared with them, they fully vet them, and so they come out and they say, we've got quote-unquote modest leverage, and they see the CIP that we'll talk about as being very much manageable going forward, so that's important. Credit challenges, they do say we have above average resident income, but relative to similar rated peers, it's a little bit below. So that's kind of confusing what they mean by that. What they're really doing is they're looking across the country, and so we, maybe in Franklin County, don't have the quote-unquote income levels that maybe a larger jurisdiction, closer to a DC, closer to a major metro area. I think we know that there's certainly trade-offs to that, and so your income levels are on the high side for a local government that's growing, that has certain rural characteristics, but it's close to Roanoke. So you've got all those strengths there, and I think we see those lining up very, very nicely. And then they say there's stable economic growth via some data. They said lags the national trend. That's been a little bit of an anomaly. I think we see that by virtue of reassessment. Economic development, you've got a very nice trend there. And so certainly much more on the positive side. And to that end, this is the agency that's given us that quote-unquote positive outlook. Meaning we've got a lot of trajectory to move that rating higher. Standard & Poor's, in terms of their overview, again, we shorten this sometimes to S&P. They say they're the growing local economy. They recognize where we are, very strategically located. You see this middle bullet point here, very strong management with strong financial management policies. Those are not terms that they use lightly. They have very specific measurements and boxes, so to speak, that they like to check, and that's how they come up with that term, very strong management, strong financial policies. They note down here, history of surplus operations, supporting very strong reserves and liquidity. Again, hitting on that same theme, they care about our fund balance, they care about the fact that year over year, we're able to prove we have structurally balanced budgets, we're producing surpluses, all of that goes into what the rating agencies are looking at. And then last down here at the bottom of the page, a manageable debt burden that could increase as the work through the CIP, and then limited pension benefit pressure. And so again, they're comparing us, Franklin County, across the country. In Virginia, we tend to have less pension pressure by virtue of the state and VRS than many of the local governments. So a lot of strengths there. And again, with S&P, we're just one notch off of the highest possible. Fitch, the last of our rating agencies, we're at AA there in terms of the rating. You see their AA minus, there's a little nuance there, that's not incorrect, that is correct, but the rating itself for the county is AA. They say there in their own terminology, Fitch expects the long-term pace of revenue growth will likely increase at a rate below inflation. You'll see that once the reassessment happens. Certainly maybe some adjustments. And they see maybe some pressures in terms of the expenditure growth side of things. So Fitch here is maybe looking a little more on the conservative side of things. And so as you think about the budget, as you think about this reassessment, just keeping in mind that what they like to see in terms of your budget is revenues growing at least as fast as expenditures, if not more so. And so nationally, look out on those trends. Part of what you're seeing in their commentary there is a recognition that the underlying cost of doing business as a local government, no fault of yours in Franklin County or else, it's increased substantially in the last several years. And so certainly we've had a lot of economic growth, and that's been great on the revenue side. The challenge has been, and certainly we've done a very good job managing through this so far, managing through the associated increase, just the cost of doing business for any local government by virtue of inflation. They do say down at the bottom, Fitch anticipates Franklin County will maintain strong financial flexibility through economic cycles based on budgetary controls, low expected revenue volatility, and maintenance of consistently solid financial cushions. They all use a little bit different terminology, but flexibility, making sure we have strong fund balance, making sure we have structurally balanced budgets, and planning ahead. That's a lot of what each of those agencies cares about. So the next section, we'll do some peer comparatives. Certainly we care about and are very focused in terms of what's happening within Franklin County, our county here, with the rating agencies, and what we like to also do is give a little bit of a flavor of what we call peer local governments. So we've picked a smattering of other counties across the state, largely segregated in the, call it southwestern portion, certainly not so far southwest per se, but southwestern portion of the state, a little bit in northern Virginia, but you see that sort of concentration there. All of these strongly rated, similarly sized, and so you'll see what they look like relative to where we are. In terms of population, just to give a sense, we're at about 55,000 rounding up. That's right at that peer group median. I think you should kind of look down this list, and you see the vast majority of these counties, these local governments, very solidly rated. Virginia as a whole tends to have strong credit ratings, some of those similar characteristics in terms of financial flexibility, strong fund balances, a lot of your peers share, and so it's healthy to be able to compare to what are our neighbors doing in terms of the finances. Real estate tax rate, certainly the competitiveness of a local government goes into the overall assessment of the credit rating. We, as a county right now, you're right now at 61 cents, and you see you're actually about 5 cents below that peer group median. So within that, they see that being competitive, certainly with a reassessment, with a revaluation. you'll be working through that over the course of the next couple months. And certainly we see you have some nice flexibility there in terms of the regional competitiveness that matters for economic development, certainly that matters to the rating agencies, making sure that indeed you're competitive. Next section, we'll talk a little bit about fund balance. And so as we look at the overall financial health of the county, as the rating agencies look at the financial health of the county, arguably the first thing that they're going to go look at, and we do the same, is what is our fund balance? Very similar to if you go get a loan from the bank, whether it's for a house or a car, the bank's going to want to understand what do you have in reserve, what is your financial flexibility. That fund balance is first and foremost what they are going to go look at. You've had a very, very strong last 6 years at this point with the 2023 unaudited number in there. The unassigned fund balance in 2020, we see in 2018 started at about $20 million or thereabouts. You can see with the latest from Brian in terms of 2023, it's about $40 million. So that is certainly much stronger than we were even in 2018. We were strong in 2018, even stronger today. The flip side of that, though, is running the county, and the size of the budget has become that much greater. And so we look not just at how many dollars are there in the fund balance, but how does that compare to the size of the operation that we have, the size of the business that is running the county. And so that's why our policy is based not just on the dollars that are in that fund balance, but really how do those dollars compare to the size of the budget. Our policy is to make sure that we're at least 20%. And what you see there is we've been well in compliance with that for the last 5 or so years. 2023 most recent at about 34%. And so what the agencies see is that we've got that minimum policy. They really view that as kind of a bare bones. They don't want to see us go down to that level. They view that again as financial flexibility relative to being able to do new things and certainly to weather any storms that come. And so having some contingency against that bare minimum policy is really a strength. I think the other thing that we've seen last several years is that this fund balance, as interest rates have evolved, have really started to be able to earn you some dollars, meaning as interest rates have increased, you've had an ability by virtue of the dollars in the bank to have nice income spin off of that. That goes back into the general fund. It takes pressure off the operational costs and the increases therein in terms of running the county. So a very strong trend there. The rating agencies have seen that, and certainly it sort of pays for the taxpayer in order to have those dollars there. It takes some pressure off of the inflation that's impacted the operating budget. You see here the unassigned fund balance on a comparative basis. This is just the, again, kind of the pure dollars. So I'm going to flip through this quickly because what this chart doesn't do is adjust for the size of each local government. So if we flip one more page, here we have adjusted that unassigned fund balance to the size of each local government and put it in a kind of an apples to apples comparison. So we're at the top of the page here. This graph with about 34%, just as we looked at in the prior slide. You see the peer group median is right there at 33%. And so sitting at that 34% level, we're basically right at that peer median for highly rated, similarly sized Virginia counties. You can see anywhere in that range. Appomattox may be an outlier at 77%, that's very much on the high side. Roanoke County, arguably maybe a little bit on the low side. But you see all those data points right in there. You're in very good company in terms of those very high-rated AA local governments. A lot of folks in and around that 30% range. So very much sort of within shooting distance and a little bit above what our peers are doing across the state. Some other observations in terms of thinking about the planning, thinking about going forward, knowing that you as a county are thinking about any variety of different capital projects. You have other funds, meaning not just the unassigned, which is the most critical of those fund balances, but there are the other dollars that have been smartly set aside via that planning process. So we're aware of those, the Revenue Budget Stabilization Fund, some of the debt service funds, but most critically at the top of the page, we still have as a county about roughly $20 million from the one-time tax windfall. So that's there on purpose. As we start to do the planning going forward, we're going to talk about maybe thinking about how to think about those dollars. If indeed we're going to go forward as a board with a number of large capital projects, we want to maintain a lot of that flexibility. And so for the moment, we have, as a county, you have the board, kept those dollars very purposely in reserve. As we start to think about the next phase of planning, we'll start to think about where could those be utilized, still be within policy, still maintain all the flexibility that the agencies and other outside would expect. We have here just one more page in terms of the financial health. This looks similar to what we talked about last year, as you've been kind of literally working your way down the page. And so we certainly are maintaining that 20% unassigned fund balance policy. We've got some dollars over and above that, again, as a contingency. We've preserved that one-time tax windfall, knowing there's some very large projects that are being contemplated as a way to help maximize, make those as affordable as possible, and still maintain our financial strength. And then going forward, talking with Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Carter, thinking about, in terms of the investment side of things, given where interest rates are, and given the fact that you're able to really earn some dollars on some money you have in the bank right now, so maybe you've had savings accounts or CDs within the last couple of years, those have probably gone from earning you probably nothing, literally almost nothing, to maybe 5+%. Well, that same dynamic is available to the county. And while we are not interest rate prognosticators, part of what we're thinking about is we know that's a meaningful portion of the budget. And we know that you're in the 25 budget planning process and even thinking about all the way out to 26. How do we think about locking in some of those dollars so we've got a little more certainty and aren't exposed necessarily? We've ridden the wave on the upside in terms of interest rates, which has been great, making sure we're a little bit protected if indeed rates do indeed start to come down over the next could be 12, 18, 24 months. So that's something we're thinking about. Isn't necessarily per se planned in here, but just as a good, healthy planning process, we think now is a good time to be thinking about that, certainly in concert with the county treasurer, who does a very good job. Okay, so with that is some background.
I have a question.
Sure.
So when you look at the peers, it would seem that Bedford County would be probably the closest peer, just because of they're on the lake also, and yet the Franklin County tax rate is 50% higher than the Bedford County rate. Do you have a feel for why there's such a big difference? Because it seems like there could be a lot of answers, like maybe they did the reassessment last year and we're doing it this year. I don't know, maybe they have more lake properties, we have fewer. I'm just curious.
There's a lot of different variables in there, but your first statement is exactly right. They've already done their reassessment. And so the Bedfords, the Campbells, they're just a little bit ahead of you in terms of the cycle. And so as you go back and think about that page right there, a number of those local governments have already been through the cycle that you're about to embark on in terms of having that reassessment. Had the fortune to listen to the prior sort of presentation on the reassessment. Most all of your peers across the state are somewhere within that cycle. Maybe they did it last year, maybe they're in the process right now. The 25, 30%, anywhere in that range increase has been very common. And so you've seen a lot of these conversations happening in terms of how do you think about the budget, how do you think about that tax rate setting process, given that so much has changed with those values. And so you've got a lot of good company there in that what many of those local governments have done, given that it's on a 4-year cycle, and knowing that typically you want to plan, and this county's done a very good job of planning multiple years out, is think about that tax rate setting process, not just in a 1-year window, but what does that look like at least for a 4-year cycle, and even a little bit longer. I think as we think about reassessments the last couple of years. What's probably different about this cycle from our perspective is that prior to pandemic 2020 time period, we had such a long time period of pretty low tame inflation. And so when you went through, county did multiple times, these reassessment cycles, it tends to be your ability as a county to kind of reset your revenues for inflation. And when inflation was running at 2-3%, somewhere in that range, it wasn't as big of a needle mover. Now, no fault of you or anyone else, as inflation has really increased, it has taken hold. These reassessment cycles have been even more important to how the budget is set and how you think about multiple years, because inflation is running just at a much higher pace, and that impacts your salaries, your staffing levels, all the different things it takes to run the operation. And so what this reassessment cycle, one would think about it, is it's your ability as a county to reset the revenue base relative to the cost of doing business, to use that term. And so a little bit of a tangent, but I just bring that up because it has been such a big change that people have seen. But at least in our perspective, we work with maybe not everybody on the list, but most of the folks here. And so it's been a very good, robust time period to think about certainly what the revenue mix is, how do you make sure you as a county are set up for the next at least 4-year cycle and even beyond that, given how much has changed within both values on real estate, but also the expenditure side of the equation. Hopefully that's helpful. So we'll flip back forward here. Page 19 in terms of the tax-supported debt profile. So before we even add anything new, we'll talk about the various projects with CT, middle school, et cetera. What do you start with right now in terms of the existing outstanding debt? So this is what we call tax-supported debt, meaning that is paid for by, basically by the general fund. This is our general fund projects. It's schools are included in this as well. It's about $45 million, so a couple points here. Number one, this is all fixed rate. And so as you think about the concept of debt, whether it's government, whether it's personal, et cetera, the county's debt operates a lot like a fixed rate mortgage. Meaning we are locked in terms of the interest rate, we're locked in terms of the payments. We as a county can change what those payments look like. If we want to refinance for savings, if we want to rework some things, we can. But as rates fluctuate, these payments don't move. We're fixed, we're locked in, and that's how that works. Number two, the principal is paid off in fixed annual installments, so very analogous to a mortgage. Each and every month of your mortgage, maybe you're paying off your set amount, very similar with the county. Annually, we are paying down that outstanding debt. And so even if we did nothing else, which probably isn't realistic, we are making sure we're responsibly paying down the outstanding balance, which, if you look at this graph here to the right, as you do that, it frees up capacity in a healthy and responsible way to be able to think about taking on new projects. So we're right here, halfway through FY 2024, FY 2025, we're about the same level in terms of debt service payments, and then we really see a nice decline, and it continues to tail off in the future. So as we get to the next section in the book and on the screen, what we think about is if we're layering on the middle school, it's moving forward, we're thinking about CT and other things, we're building that on top of a base that already have some built-in decline, working to your advantage. The county's done a very good job for years of managing that prudently in terms of what it does with its existing debt. One other thing I'll mention is that when the county goes and borrows, it's only for capital projects. So you're not borrowing for operations, it is for a definitive capital project, an investment in the county. The county is not borrowing, not really able to borrow for operational things. Okay, so we'll go to our next section here. And here's where we'll start to take some of these planning concepts, we'll start to take the middle school, the CTE, build that over a multi-year period on top of what we have already, and paint a picture of what that looks like. So first and foremost, we've been talking about this for a number of years. That CT project, latest estimate we have is of roughly $72 million. We're going to talk about how we phase that in. The state has some very good funding programs. We've been able to take advantage of those already. We'll talk about how we think about that in terms of the planning. And also, to Mr. Whitlow's prior comments, also knowing and understanding there will be county needs at some point. That certainly is up to the board and future boards on what those are and what they look like. But we wanted to start to paint a picture of, within a range, if you as a board in the county start to think about taking on some of these county projects over and above the CTE, what does that look like relative to our affordability as well as relative to our policies? Just one page here on the middle school project that is very much underway. I mentioned the nice state programs. This is an example of being able to take full advantage of a number of the different funding programs that DOE and the state have put forth in the last couple of years. So that middle school project is underway, roughly about $27 million in the aggregate. The way the county was able to fund that took full advantage of really 3 different funding programs. And so at the end of the day, you'll end up with, in the schools certainly, with this entire middle school project, the loan portion of it is only going to be about $14 million plus or minus. We're able to borrow that through a state program called the Literary Loan Program. That's going to allow us to borrow at a fixed rate with 3% interest rate. So that's below the current market. And so taking full advantage of what is available to us in terms of the state with some of these other funding programs. We also are, and I say we obviously as a county with the schools, putting towards that project some ESSER funding. That's certainly brought down the amount of that needed to be borrowed. And we are also cautiously optimistic that another grant funding program will be coming in terms of what DOE has called the School Construction Assistance Program, the SCAP for short. A nice sounding acronym there. But that is expected to give us, we don't know for certain yet, but expected to give us, we should know something later this year, up to 20% of the middle school project. So we've taken that into account in terms of the middle school project. And so all the numbers that we're seeing here on the next couple of pages factor in that funding that's already basically programmed and planned for the middle school. As we get to the CTE, kind of the earlier stage of that, what we factored in is another literary loan, sometimes shortened to a lit loan, for the CTE. The DOE through the state has modified that program. We can get up to $25 million. The old days it was up to 7.5. They've increased that, which has been a nice positive, up to $25 million. Again, at a 3% interest rate that is based on our composite index, so that's what we have built in for the moment. And so, if indeed the project is in and around $72 million, that first 25 we're expecting and planning for to come from the literary loan program. Certainly, the school concession, the SCAP program, we'll just use that shortened acronym. That is out there. It will be applied for, as we understand it. There's a limited pot of money at the state for that. So we're not counting on, within the planning, getting any more dollars from that grant program to go for the CTE. Certainly if we do get that, it'll make all this look better. We just didn't want to put sort of the too much emphasis in that program and plan around it, because there is a limited pot of money. We don't know what the General Assembly is going to do. And so try to be more conservative and have not factored that in as we think about how the CTE is funded. But as we understand it, the schools are going to go forward, put a grant application in, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe there's some dollars there for us. So what we've done is we've run a variety of scenarios, again, all with estimates for the moment, to give an order of magnitude, kind of painting a picture of things. The first of the scenario up here we call the base scenario. The base case, scenario 1. This looks at just the CTE project. So if we took on a roughly $72 million project, it's been certainly talked about for a number of years, what does that look like if if we just take on that CTE, factoring in the lit loan, and then financing on our own, so to speak, the balance of it, which we have the ability and capacity to do because, again, of our excellent credit ratings. The second scenario takes that CTE project, adds to it 10 million of what we call just other county projects. Certainly there's other priorities, other things and challenges, investments that need to be made. So we added 10 million, not to say that's the exact number, but just to kind of paint a picture, give you a sense of things in terms of an order of magnitude. Scenario 3, we took that CTE of roughly 72, and instead of adding 10 million, we added 20 million of, again, county investments in terms of other projects. So just painting a picture, kind of working sequentially through there to give a sense of what might that look like. We then furthermore, and you'll see in your book, there's a whole bunch of details in the back here. We've run a strategy called Strategy A and Strategy B for each one of those scenarios. And that's starting to take into account the 20 million from the one-time windfall and thinking about how do we potentially plan for using some portion of those dollars if indeed we're going to start moving forward with some of these large capital projects. And so it's been smartly held in reserve, but we want to recognize that it's there and use it very strategically, use it over time smartly, and start to think about that. And so as you look at the scenario, excuse me, the strategy B, which you'll see on the next page, that uses half, or $10 million of that one-time windfall. It's one-time in nature. It's making major investments that will benefit county residents for years into the future. And so that's kind of the thought process behind starting to do that. Bottom of the page, and we'll flip the page. For each one of these strategies, we've looked at not just the, we call it debt capacity, meaning how does it impact our policies, but also the debt affordability. The way we've done that, we've done this in the past, is look at the equivalent tax impact. So what we mean by that is we've equated new dollars that we would need out of the budget to the equivalent of the real estate tax. That is our primary revenue driver, your primary lever to pull in terms of revenues for the county. And so we've equated these, the cash flow needed to pay for the debt service to the real estate tax rate. It doesn't mean that's the only place it can come from. You've got a growing county, you have a nice economic situation, there's other, call it levers that can be pulled on the revenue side of things, but the real estate tax rate tends to be the one that is most directly within the board's control, and so we'd like to sort of equate that in terms of how we think about the impact of the budget. Okay, so on page 26, kind of called the rubber meets the road page, and we'll flip you through some of the details in the back in terms of how this all works. But you can see left-hand side scenarios 1 through 3, working down the left-hand side of the page there. We'll start with number 1. So that first scenario, it's factoring in the CTE at the roughly $71 million or thereabouts in terms of the project costs. Again, factoring in getting some lit loan funding from the state, funding the balance, so with county-issued financing like you've done in the past. And so as we think about how that factors into the budget, let's take your eye right there. And so FY 2025, if indeed this would move forward in the short run, is the equivalent of about 3 pennies on the real estate tax rate. Again, there are other revenue sources, but in a cycle whereby the reassessment and reevaluation, we thought that was probably an especially apt measurement in terms of a way to think about paying for and financing that at roughly about 3 pennies, the equivalent thereof, on the real estate tax rate. If you were to carry that forward, FY 2029, there's an additional, you would call it 3/4 of a penny or thereabouts, but not for another 4 years. And so in total, it's the equivalent of about 3.75 pennies gets that entire CT project completed, financed responsibly. It's all within policies. We'll flip you through and kind of show you what that looked like. We thought this would be a good summary page. If you keep working your way down the page, we'll go maybe to scenario, let's go to scenario 2B. In scenario 2B, you have CTE incorporated. The other county projects of 10 million, so in total it's about $81 million, 82 if you round up a little bit in terms of investment. In that scenario, we are using about $10 million of the one-time windfall. And so a good use of that dollars is to think about putting it towards major long-term investments, with certainly between the CTE, other county projects. That is a good, responsible use of those dollars. The rating agencies would look at that and say that makes sense. We're taking what is a generational type of windfall and putting it towards a generational type of investment in terms of the capital infrastructure. And so if we take that scenario 2B, again, roughly $82 million of investment, it is about, in terms of the equivalent, about 2.5 pennies, thereabouts, plus or minus. An additional roughly 1.25 pennies out there in 2029, so not for another 4 years. And so in total, the scenario 2B is getting about $82 million of projects done by virtue of using some of that fund balance, again, from the one-time windfall. It's doing it for about the exactly the same equivalent impact in terms of 3.75 pennies at that time period. We'll go down one more to scenario 3B here. Again, CT's in there, roughly 72 million. Other county projects in there at 20 million, so in total about $91 million of investment into the capital infrastructure in the county. You look at that equivalent tax impact, about 3.25 pennies in that range. So it's about $92 million of investment for the equivalent of 3 pennies in the real estate tax rate. An additional 1.5 out in 2029, and this is an important timing because as you think about the cycle of your reassessments, that's really your next reassessment time period. So you have an ability via the timing of everything with this FY 2025 budget cycle to be thinking about, within that, call it 3 to 4 penny range, really get you the majority of what is needed in order to make these investments. And then you'd have really an entire 4-year time period to be thinking about managing through what might some additional funding in terms of the budget look like. And again, using a portion of the one-time windfall dollars, we've purposely not used the entire one-time windfall dollars, very much on purpose. We know by virtue of what's happening in the economy, inflation within the world of building things is still, a pressure, and so I think it makes sense to hold back a portion of those dollars. There's always going to be surprises. There's no way to project exactly when they'll happen. You don't know exactly when they're going to be, and so we really think it is a good idea, and the rating agencies will think it's a good idea as well, to hold some of those dollars in reserve, again, just against surprises, if indeed you as a county, as a board, are going to want to move forward with some fairly substantial capital investments, again, that will benefit residents in the future. So with that, I'll pause on this page. I've been talking a lot. Just if there's any questions, and I'm happy to flip through some additional details in terms of what's the appendix and painting the picture there.
Kyle, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. Kyle, if I may, a couple of things because I know some of this is the first time that the board has seen in a while, and the analysis there, just footnote, based on that reassessment penny value of 900,000. Of course, right now our penny value is about 700,000, give or take 690,000. So Davenport used a very conservative number, that 900,000, and I know, Margaret, we won't really know that value until about another 4 weeks or so. But one, that's a pretty conservative number, as I understand Kyle and Davenport's analysis. Secondly, thinking through the next reassessment 4 years out, you see 2029. So as we had met with David Rose the other day and Kyle, when you think about in 2029, will another penny and a half be needed? With the next reassessment, likely not. However, again, being very conservative here. So when you look at 3B, 3.25 pennies, depending on that 900,000, maybe it's not 3.25 pennies, maybe it's 2.5 pennies. We really won't know. So, but we were trying to be very conservative, and Davenport in their analysis on this. And then secondly, we were trying to think back for the board historically, because I know we have done this now for several years, looking at CTE and what the cost of penny impact will be potentially. Several years ago, I don't know if Kyle, if you all had a chance to go back when you were here previously with the board, in terms of where we are today as opposed to where we would have been a few years ago.
Yeah, and to both those points, Chris, if you do go back and look, I think it was about 2018, it was about 7 to 8 pennies when we started doing these projections, thinking about, if you look at the exact same page from a couple of years ago, 5, 6 years ago, it was about 7 to 8 pennies was the equivalent impact. And what's happened since then is that by virtue of very well-run budgets, by virtue of being able to finance things at lower interest rates than we planned, we always plan on higher than current market interest rates when we do this. You've really been able to manage through that time period, make the investments that were planned back in 2018, including middle school was planned in there, some of the fire stations, et cetera, without really having to do those 7 to 8 pennies. And so I think to Chris's point, we always try to err on the conservative side when we run these projections. You as a board over the years have, just by virtue of your nature, run things very conservatively. And so the expectation is, if indeed you as a county keep operating the way you have been, it probably does look better than. So then, Chris, to your point, this 2029, it won't take much in terms of results looking better than what's projected to make that sort of additional quote-unquote penny or equivalent pennies out there really just not be needed. If you continue operating with surpluses, interest rates, when we plan in here at 5+%, we're right now in about the 4% range. So a couple of those factors can indeed play out to make this just something to keep in mind. Again, to be conservative for the future, but your history has been you haven't really needed sort of the second wave, so to speak, of new revenue to finance these things.
If I can ask a quick question. Do the rating agencies look at fluctuating real estate tax rates in terms of how they relate to reassessment periods and the net, if you don't equalize, as an example, the net, gain, if you will, of a locality in terms of its balance sheet? Do the rating agencies, how do they look at that? Is it punitive, or is it something that they think supports the efficient operations and recognition of, especially inflationary environments?
Yeah, so they're going to want to see and make sure that the revenue stream that you have as a county is set appropriately to have structurally balanced budgets, meaning we have enough recurring revenue to cover our recurring expenditures, and recognizing that those recurring expenditures are going to grow just by virtue of, again, the inflationary environment that we're in. And so they aren't necessarily going to look exactly in terms of how to equalize or not equalize. What they're really going to care about is, are we set up to continue funding the obligations that we have, whether it's on the operations and the capital side, not just for 1 year, but for multiple years. And so sticking in that multi-year planning kind of phase, they really like to see us being in that multi-year phase. It's something you as a board have done a very good job of historically, being able to present to them a full picture of what your vision is over a 4 to 5 year time period, as opposed to maybe trying to get a budget set for a singular year, and thus being a little short-sighted in terms of what year 2 really accepted looks like.
So is there a structured evaluation including projected increase in debt service payments?
It is.
Okay.
It is. If they look at, whether it's for you or anyone else, they're looking at your CIP, they're looking at the projects you're taking on, as well as those that are being talked about, and wanting to see and understand how is that going to get factored into the budget, where's the revenue going to come from to make those payments. If indeed those are investments the board would like to do.
Thank you.
I have two questions. So it seems like the final curriculum would somewhat drive the configuration of the CTE. You know, like if you were doing manufacturing or not as part of the curriculum. And so I wondered how sensitive this $72 million number is to the curriculum, or doesn't it really affect it at all? It's really.
Maybe, Chris, are you able to?
Good question, Mr. Quinn. I don't know if I can answer it per se. I know the finance manager from the school system's here, but I do understand that $72 million is really the hard cost for the laboratory space and the manufacturing space. To your point, you know, in the initial design, the latest number is $72 million. They've tried to include a lot of that programming in. They did a lot of work early on, the CTE committee. I know a couple of our board members have sat on that CTE committee and worked with the school system on that number. I don't know if that answers your question, but the programmatic piece is built in. The $72 million is really the facility, the nuts and bolts, the infrastructure, the building, the bricks and mortar, if you will. A lot of the equipment, et cetera. That piece, I may not be able to answer that per se for the school system in more detail, but I know they can provide that.
Chris, I do think the equipment, Mr. Terry, you may be able to confirm, I think the equipment is included in the $72 million number,
For
correct?
existing programs.
Right, that's included, and there's also soft cost, Chris.
Yeah.
In that as well.
Right, the
There's
AED.
also flex space.
And flex, right.
So then as the curriculum firms up and the configuration firms up, you wouldn't really expect the cost to go up significantly from the $72 million?
I would expect not, but my only hesitation, Mr. Quinn, is, you know, not necessarily the programmatic piece of the school system, but as Mr. Terry noted, you know, it's our understanding the existing CTE program at the school is pretty robust in terms of the programmatic piece, the equipment and so forth that they have now. It's just, they have space limitations in terms of the number of kids to get in, and so this helps us alleviate that space limitation.
Dan, if I may, Chris,
Yeah.
just piggyback onto that, there are good contingency percentages in the budget for this project that the schools have built in. And as well, I think that as the schools start to look at finalized drawings, I think that it's gonna be clear as is with most capital projects, that there'll be some value engineering that goes on in terms, and that has the potential to bring some costs down. But also you're gonna counter that with, you know, potential inflationary impacts, which again have been countered into to a certain degree. So that number, I think, is, it's not a static number. I think it's got flexibility to go down more so than up, we're hoping, by virtue of contingency and by virtue of value engineering. Is that,
Okay,
does
that's
that,
good, yeah. And then-
Mr. Terry, is that,
Yes, ma'am, you gave it pretty accurate.
okay,
Of course, it all depends on building and inflation.
yes, sir.
So, and the second one was given that you're looking to go 3 to 4 pennies kind of covers the, you know, waterfront rate, and we don't know what the final tax rate will be. You know, right now it's 61, and it could go something close to what the Bedford amount is, you know, depending. But just for this, it could equate, doing numbers in my head, to like a 7 to 10% increase for a property owner, just based on this, right? The 3 to 4 pennies, roughly, right?
Probably somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll get you a more precise calculation.
Okay.
And so without any other questions on, as we talk about this, is going to just give you a sense, a visual of some of the details here. This certainly is in the back of your book. I'm not going to go page by page through these, but certainly happy to just kind of walk through a little bit. So how about I'll go right to scenario B. So bear with me as I click here for a minute. So scenario 2B, and so we start here. This has a CTE plus an additional $10 million for county projects. Just give you a sense of the underlying assumptions here. So again, with CTE, we've assumed $25 million from a literary loan, that again is a direct loan from the state. Our composite index at the moment is at 3% rate. And so that could be repaid over a roughly 30-year time period. Again, thought process there, that is a generational type of project. And so paying that over, looking like your house, in that 30-year time period makes sense. And if we're able to qualify for that, very advantageous interest rate. The balance of it, we could finance sort of on our own, so to speak, or standalone bonds issued by the county. We did that earlier this year for a variety of projects. And again, that gets back to our credit ratings. Our ability to go do that at a very cost-effective interest rate is driven by those credit ratings we talked about. So that is one of the reasons those are so important. We, for planning purposes, have built in a 5.50 interest rate. Current market, so this is changing and will change. You don't control this, we don't control this. Current market's probably in the low 4s. And so we have, again, some contingency purposely built in there, some margin of safety, if you will, relative to the current market. Other county capital projects, we've done something similar. Assume that we call it standalone issuance at a 5.5% interest rate. And did that over 20 years for the moment. That can all be refined if indeed those projects are identified and understand what the useful life is. We've got a visual here, but just kind of give a sense of how it layers in. This is the existing debt service, and you can see there, we were looking at this on the graph earlier, it starts at about $5.5 million, and by virtue of that decline, with several $1 million of decline over the next couple of years, that creates natural capacity to take on some of these new projects by virtue of all the planning and responsible administration of the debt profile over history. And so that really helps to absorb most of the middle school literary loan, which is here, and then the CTE you see start to get layered in terms of these two components and those columns there. So it purposely is designed to be able to kind of ramp up over time. We have an ability working with the state, working with your other bond issues, to even think about refining that a little bit. This is sort of the first cut at it, so to speak. As we get some more specificity in terms of timing and maybe a little specificity in terms of cost, we can refine these even a little bit more. This again, lots and lots of numbers on a page, but this is what we call the quote-unquote penny analysis. This is where we're getting to that roughly 2.5, the equivalent thereof, and then roughly the additional 1.25. So what this is assuming is that the only dollars we have to pay debt service, the dollars that are in our budget right now, and anything that would become available by virtue of some of this revenue from those equivalent pennies. If there's revenue from other sources, it's not the real estate revenue, that indeed helps this. Really realistically, we know we're in an environment where operations is a pressure as well as debt service. We want to be more conservative when we set this up. Some additional cash flows in here. Lots of numbers on a page, but basically what this is showing is that one of the ways we're able to use some of your fund balance, not even the one-time windfall, is to smartly have that set aside, which you've done already, and use it to kind of help the debt service over time. So that's the way that we take that one-time windfall, program it in to help manage in the increase in the debt service and reduce the impact of the budget and the tax rate to the greatest extent possible. Policies, we kind of mentioned these a little bit, but I just want to give you a visual. The rating agencies care about these. These are adopted by the county. There's a couple policies, debt to assessed value. This is really just measuring the outstanding amount of debt relative to the assessed value, which is our primary revenue driver, called the tax base within the county. This, I'll just tell you right now, will even look better once we get the updated assessments. And so this is the old 2022 values. As we get the finalized values, this graph is going to look even better as we do that. But basically, we've got a policy that debt to assessed value shouldn't be anywhere above 3.5%. As you look at these colored bars down here, our existing debt's the light green, so we're literally just a fraction of that. And even if we start to layer on different components, we only get up to about 1.5%. So in terms of the rating agencies, as they're looking at that, we have very nice capacity there, very much responsible But it's not the only policy we have. We look at all of them. The comparative there, debt to assessed value. You can see right now we're at that roughly about 0.5% relative to the 3.5% policy. When we layer all the various components on, we get to about 1.6%, which keeps us right in line, a little bit above, but right in line with that peer group median. That's not going to be a concern of the rating agencies, especially if indeed the CT moves forward. That's a generational kind of project. They see and understand that in terms of the local governments make those types of investments. Our other critical debt policy, debt service to expenditure, this is really measuring how many pennies out of every dollar in the budget are going to make a debt service payment. We have a policy that says no more than 10 pennies out of every dollar in the budget should be going to make a debt service payment. Right now, we're at less than 4%, or 4 pennies out of every dollar going to make a debt service payment. Even when we start to layer on the CTE, different components, you get to about 6%. So this is our maximum ceiling, plenty of capacity relative to that. So that speaks to the financial flexibility of the rating agencies, not over leveraging the budget with only about 6 pennies out of every dollar when you make a debt service payment. You can see that again in a comparative. Right now we're at about 3. Layering those different components on, we go to about 6 plus or minus. Peer group median is about 5 plus or minus. So we're very much within the ballpark of where the different peers are across the state. S&P in particular says that anything below 15%, and so we're talking about not going above really 6% in that range, anything below 15% is viewed as being strong. And so even when you start to layer on these types of investments, you're very much within a strong, comfortable range in terms of the policies. I'm going to show you just a couple more slides and then certainly be happy to answer any questions and do a wrap up, but I just want to take you to same graphs, CT plus 20 million. We still, in terms of that debt to assessed value, about 1.75% at its peak, and this is before the reassessment is incorporated. So this will look again even better by a fairly substantial margin when those reassessment values are included. Again, debt to assessed value, still very much within a responsible range. You can see some other local governments, the Montgomerys of the world, Powhatan, Smith County that have made some investments recently that are within that 1.5 to 2% range, really with no problem. Debt service to expenditures, again with CT plus the additional 20 million, we get to about 7% or thereabouts, which still has a fairly substantial margin versus that 10% policy. So all of these fit very nicely, very comfortably within the county's debt profile, within the county's debt policies, which again dictates how the rating agencies are looking at us as a local government in terms of our financial strength and wherewithal. So with that, that's really what we have in terms of the book. I don't know if there's anything else that we'd like to touch on or questions, or Mr. Chair, anything else, any questions you may have.
I would just say, I know this is just the overview for the board, first time that a lot of you have seen this. Of course, we had our joint meeting with the school system regarding the CTE and the middle school project moving forward now with that construction grant application that goes in next week with our school system as well as CTE. And of course, what you saw with the CTE is not anticipate funding, grant funding for the CTE project at the state level in terms of grant funding, because we know that's limited. It does include 25 million lit loan, but then the balance of that being conventional financing. And so this is what this looks like. We know there's a lot of work still ahead of us with the reassessment in the remaining weeks in terms of what that penny value may be and what that may look like. We will have that information certainly all coming up, certainly through the budget process, but we know this is a lot of information to put at the board. I hope it's been beneficial in terms of really trying to understand what this may look like. To take on these larger capital projects specifically, I would say
With the $20 million that of the twice-year tax collections with that balance and using a portion of that, not all of that, Davenport is advising us, yeah, that's a good thing to do, but given geopolitical events globally and so forth, you know, maybe it's not that prudent to use all of that amount. What does it look like if you use 10 million of that amount? And you saw that in the financial planning models here.
Question for Chris and Kyle, maybe. So if we assume that we're moving forward and with the variables that you just articulated, Chris, with, you know, knowing the penny's value, reassessments and so forth, what is an average time frame that you think that we as a board should be looking towards or being prepared to pull the trigger on however you want to build in and trend what we need to do and when we need to do it? What would be the inception of that, given what we know?
Given what we know, Ms. Smith, to answer your question, I really think this budget season will be the time to answer that question. At the time of the budget for the FY 24-25, the FY 25 year. Now that being said, we know given the design of a facility, as an example like CTE, could be as much as 8 to 12 months. And so if the trigger point is, hey, you know, we're ready to hit go, this coming spring, there's another 8 months, if you will, of really design work that has to be done with that. That being said, in terms of the financing may not necessarily have to be in place right at July of 25. It may be July of 26. I say all that to say, we know there's continued discussions with the General Assembly and that we've had with our legislators regarding the potential other revenue options, if you will, for school construction in Virginia. That does give some time for that to play out in a better way in this coming General Assembly for us to really maybe know what that may look like come February, come March, in terms of other revenue possibilities, if that were to occur. But the question is the chicken or the egg in terms of, what do we know now in terms of designing that project, because we know there's a design cost for the Career Technical Education Center. And I think that design cost is about $3.4 million. And I know from the school system standpoint, their next question may be, okay, as we want to move forward with further design for the CTE building, do we have that commitment in terms of the project?
That's my question, because at what point do we as a board need to just unilaterally, discuss, come to a decision that says we're all in, as an example, and, Chris and Davenport, build the debt schedules, build the financing and so forth as you see fit, because I know we even talked about layering in $7 or $8 million to get us over the hump for design and all before we even had to do a larger borrowing. So I'm just looking for when, because the schools are going to be very hesitant, and I would be too, to move forward with committing to additional expenditures on this project unless they know the board is in. So when do we need to say, given that we need to be very good stewards and fiduciaries of the decision we're trying to make?
I would say specifically, if the board were to say today that we're in, then, you're essentially, if you're committing to the project, you're committing to, funding the project with revenues in terms of the tax equivalent. Certainly, I know whether that discussion is had today, whether it's had in December, whether it has in January, that would be the board's prerogative, I would say. Knowing with the reassessment coming up, I definitely see that playing out during, the budget season and the budget deliberations, if not sooner. Of course, that would be a board decision. But when we look at the reassessment that's coming up and the deliberations with the budget, I definitely think the project's not going to move any more forward in the design phase until the board is,
ready to fully commit to the project. I guess what I'm saying, Ms. Smith, really that's a board decision as to, the commitment. Because, we could tell the school system today, if that is the case and we're ready to move forward, all right, we're committing the millions of dollars for the design.
Mr. Cunningham. Yes, you was talking about 4 pennies a minute ago, basically what we owe now. At what point, or how many pennies is it gonna take for us to get into trouble with these debt service, stuff like that? How many pennies, like I said, we're 4 now. So once we take on the debt service of the CTE building and middle school, and like you said, other projects, at what point do we need to stop or balance out the budget to make sure we don't get overhead on these pennies?
Mr. Cummings, it's a good question. It's not one that has necessarily a direct definitive answer, but I think the way I would think about that is you want to make sure that your budget is structurally balanced, and so
Make sure, well, I'm sorry.
structurally balanced. So make sure we've got enough revenue on a recurring basis to cover those recurring expenditures. So that's kind of the first box I think you need to check. The second is you want to make sure you're competitive, no doubt. You want to make sure you're competitive with your peers and your neighbors. That's important for economic development, all kinds of different reasons. And so I don't think it's an exact number. I can't tell you that per se. It's obviously up to the board's decision, but I think you should think about the concept of 3 or 4 pennies relative to where your peers are and relative to the size and scale of the investment that you could make with that. That seems very much within line of what can be done, and then in terms of if you were really uncompetitive in terms of your tax rate, maybe that's a little bit of a pressure, but we don't really see that happening right now in fairness. Obviously up to you as a board. And also making sure that you've got, again, that we call structural balance, making sure for every dollar of recurring expenditures, we've got $1 of recurring revenue. That's a really important component.
All right, thank you.
I have a comment, one of the questions. Your presentation was really helpful, and it's a luxury to be able to sit here and listen to good things that the county has going for them, and that's due to past boards and everybody else being financially responsible. And I would just say that it's really hard to get that money saved up. It's really hard to get to a point to where we're sitting now, but it's really easy to lose it. And as we're sitting here talking about CTEs and $20 million in other projects and all the other spending that we're, and we're looking at tax increases, there's people in my district who can't afford, they're living paycheck to paycheck, having to decide if they want to eat or what they want to do. And we have to be mindful of that. It's not just, and we looked at those earlier from the Wampler and Haynes guys, what the assessments have done, sure, the lake house went double whatever, but a double wide, double too. And it was very hard for the county to get to this point. It's very easy to lose it, is my point. And we need to be mindful of that when we're talking about $70 million purchases. Thank you for your presentation. It was very, very helpful.
I'll echo what Mr. Mitchell said. You got a lot of people in this county on a draw between $600 and $800 Social Security. So as we go forward, we've got to think about those people. The people who, like Mr. Mitchell said, live paycheck to paycheck. And we need to be mindful of our citizens as far as the expenditures and stuff are concerning to make sure that our citizens can still live in this county. So.
Anyone else have anything?
I just have a comment. I agree with what Mr. Cundiff and Nick both said. I'm a little concerned about the $71 million price tag, and I feel like it's going to be over that amount when we get going in this project. And I think Mr. Quinn hit on something. We're going to have the equipment in this building. If we pay $71 million for the equipment, they're going to be able to move some, but there's going to be other monies involved. So
It's factored in.
I'm thinking we're going to be more like $85 million.
Then you got to stack it.
Yeah. Just a comment.
looks like we remodel the house. Whatever you figure, put another quarter and a half in it.
That's if you get your wife involved.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, you know, I love to eat something at home, so I'll do what she said.
Right along, Mr. Whitlow, we are almost 2 hours behind.
Yes, but, Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions for Mr. Louts with Davenport, and I know there are a lot of questions, maybe we could do some follow-up, certainly with the school system, Mr. Cherry, on the questions regarding the equipment and, you know, other costs and so forth, back on the operational piece of the mentioned. We can communicate that back to the school system and provide that information back to the board. In terms of next steps, Mr. Chairman, I hope this information was valuable. We will look for guidance and direction from the board, again, as to the timing of this moving forward. Budget process, otherwise, we know this is the first time the board, you know, has seen this information initially today. But in terms of next steps, the applications go in for the school construction grant next week. We hope to learn more from the state as to when to hear back from the school construction assistance program, both from the middle school, but then also the CTE. If some funds are there for that CTE project, we'll communicate that back to the board. I know we have another budget work session this afternoon, and one of the things that the board had mentioned last month was spending time on things like the zoning ordinance, things like capital planning. We thought, you know, today, relatively on the business side of things, a relatively light agenda and have some time, but these are heavy topics. And so I know our planning and zoning staff are with us today to walk us through the RFP process discussions regarding updating of the zoning ordinance. Looking at the time, Mr. Chairman, of course, that's the pleasure of the board. If we think we need to bring that back, we were looking at doing that as a separate work session to begin with anyway. I'll just leave that, you know, at the board. I know the staff is ready to at least get into that today, into that discussion, but again, that's the pleasure of the board, what the board would want to do today. If we want to look at scheduling another time for that, or really a separate meeting for that, if that's the case.
So what was your pleasure?
I just know how it's gonna go. We don't have enough time.
And I don't want to,
Unless you do it tonight.
I don't want them to be rushed. I'd rather y'all have plenty of time to feel that you're able to, because you put a lot of work into putting this together. So, any objections for having another meeting set aside to let Lisa present the zoning ordinance so that she has more time? So,
I agree with that.
you know, I just don't want people looking at their watch and.
It's important.
And, yeah. Any objections to moving that to another time? Is that gonna create a hardship for you?
No, I'm here for the duration.
Okay.
I've gotta be here for public hearings, so.
All right. I mean, you can, I can give you a few minutes to give us a brief overview if you want to. If not, we'll just save that to another day.
I mean, that's up to y'all. Saving it to another
Okay.
day is fine. It's
I'm here.
whatever you would like to do.
I'm here, and let's just wait and have it at another time so we can give you ample time to do adjustments.
That is fine.
All right. All right, moving right along. I don't,
He's here. He's in the.
okay.
He's out there. You text him.
Yes, go tell him if he wants to come in, he can.
Who is he?
Mayor Holland and Rocky Mount wanted to be here for the work session where we discussed the funding proposal that I laid out back in October. First week of October, the mayor and town manager invited, I guess they sent everybody an invitation. I don't know if everybody, who all went. I met with them on October the 6th, and I just spent some time. I know they had asked several months ago that we increase the funding that we do toward their capital spending, meaning a ladder truck that they have for replacement. And the first request was $500,000 a year for 10 years, which equates to $5 million. That was an absolute no. But we asked them to come back with more realistic numbers, and they said, well, since the Fire department answers roughly 68% of their calls outside of town limits, which we consider, roughly 60% of the capital. And we discussed that as a board, and the board decided no on that as well. And in return, we made an offer of $50,000 here for 20 years, and that was an offer that we put out, and the town discussed it, and they decided no on that. And so as a counteroffer, I just kind of crunched some numbers, and this was my idea, and I'm just laying it out there. If anybody else wants to add, take away, subtract from it, or if you have a better idea, this is what it's for. I'm fishing here. If anybody has a better idea, it's time to hear it. My idea was kind of predicated and built on the $50,000 that we offered them starting in next year's budget, and it would be $50,000 next year. It would grow to $55,000 the year after, and then after that, it would go to $60,000 the following year. Once it hits $60,000 for the next, I don't have it in front of me, Holland, but I think the next 5 or 6 years, it grew at a rate of $10,000 a year, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, and so forth. And then after about 6 or 7 years, it jumped to $15,000 a year, at which time it grows to a rate till it gets up to $200,000 in 15 years from now. We would reach the $200,000 cap, and we capped that, and that would be our annual contribution to them on this ladder truck. Over a period of 20 years, it would be roughly $2.4 million, $2.45 million, which is right in the middle of what we offered and they requested. The 60% request that they had asked for would have been, I think, what, 3.75 or 3.8 million over 20 years, and we offered $1 million over 20 years, so I just kind of basically split the middle. One thing that we had tossed out was we wanted to be co-titled as co-owners, and Holland brought up an interesting point. The finance company, if we're co-owners, they're going to want us to be on it along with them. And I didn't think that this board would want to do that, so I told him, as far as I'm concerned, that item come off. I did make a request, and it had been requested that if the county has future zoning requests from the town, that they be considered, and which Mayor Holland relayed to me that he didn't think he could put that in writing, but he didn't see any reason why we wouldn't, because they're asking similar requests from us, and for rezoning and for zoning changes and whatnot. And so that's kind of where it left. I sent out a copy of that to every member. I emailed it and spoke to all but one by phone. I know, and then I just asked for ideas and whether you support it or not support it. And at that time, out of the 6 that I had heard from, 4 indicated that they would support, with 2 saying would not, and I have not heard from Supervisor Thompson. That's where I'm at this point. That's my proposal that I'm just laying out there. Like I said, I don't have it in front of me, but I've explained it. I don't think I've left out anything, Holland. And that's just where I'm looking at it. One thing that I took into consideration, and I really had thought about it before, and I don't agree with the former mayor on a whole lot of things over time. He and I used to like to butt heads a lot when we worked together, Mr. Angle. But he said, one thing we're forgetting, town citizens pay county taxes just like county citizens. Same tax rate, same assessment rates, just like we do. Town citizens, they're part of their county taxes go to pay for fire trucks in Fairham. Part of it goes to pay for fire trucks in Henry. Part of it goes to pay for fire trucks in Glade Hill. But no part of their county taxes goes to pay for fire trucks in Rocky Mountain. That got me looking at it differently than what I had originally when the request was originally made. And for me, it just seemed like the right thing to do. They answer roughly 68% of their calls outside the town limits, and they provide service to every fire agency in the county at some time or another. I've never reached out to them and asked for help, but I didn't get it. And I just feel that's the right thing to do from the board standpoint. That's my opinion. I'm laying it out here asking for your opinion, and if there's any better ideas, please put it in. Like I said, I'm fishing. I'm asking for your help. I will tell you this, I do not think that no is a solution. No doesn't fix anything. So please, if you have an idea of how we can handle this and to be fair to the citizens of Rocky Mount and being fair to our county citizens, let's hear it. Move forward of it. Go ahead.
So, full disclosure, I'm the captain of the Rocky Mountain Fire Department. I want to put politics aside for a few minutes, and I want to talk about us, the Rocky Mountain Fire Department, and just what this county has. There's several other firefighters and chiefs in here that can back me up on everything I'm getting ready to talk about. This fire department is something that I absolutely love and adore. It is a passion of mine. I've been doing it for 15 years. Proud to serve as the captain. I love it. And like I said, let's put politics aside. Let's talk about us, the members and the citizens and everybody that we serve. So I mentioned earlier, Rocky Mount, with the help of the firefighter grant, we've been able to host a firefighter 1, everybody passed. We hosted a firefighter 2, everybody passed. We're now hosting a firefighter 1 class at our station that has 29 volunteers. Only 3 of those are Rocky Mount firefighters. So you have 26 that are county volunteer firefighters. We're supplying the building, we're supplying the trucks, as other departments are bringing trucks too. We had a bus extrication class Sunday. Hey, can we use a rescue truck, use our tools? Absolutely. Pat Meeks, he heads up training for the county. Has Rocky Mount ever really told you no for anything that you needed?
Not too many times.
Not too many times. So a little bit about Rocky Mount Fire Department, where we're at right now. We average 500 to 600 calls a year right now. For a volunteer fire department, that's a lot of calls. Here lately, it seems to be about 3 or 4 a day with this burn ban violation stuff. But we are 42 members strong. We have 17 members under the age of 25 right now, due to our student program that we started. That's really unheard of for a volunteer organization, to have that many young firefighters. According to ESO, we have an average on-scene time of 8 minutes, and that's only getting better. So we're coming after you, Luther. We usually get 2 to 3 trucks out on calls, every call. We sent 2 to English Road on Sunday for Mr. Cundiff's district for a brush fire. Galeto called for backup, and we went. About a month ago, we had a fire down on Birds Mill Road, garage burn up. There's 39 volunteers at that fire, 17 from Rocky Mount. I know because I counted, because I log the call reports for the department. Any major incident in this county, you can count on Rocky Mount being there. We run first due to every district except, I think, Miss Lori's. Maybe Tommy's. We might not quite get into parts of Tommy's first due, but second and third due, we're definitely coming to your district. And we do quite frequently. I feel that we have the best group. Spike Pugh, if any of you guys know that. Spike's been Rocky Mount volunteer for 74 years. At our last month's meeting, he made the comment that this is probably the best he's ever seen the Rocky Mount Fire Department. So with the student program we started, the engineer program we started, we're only getting stronger. Mayor Pugh was, nice enough to let us increase our roster from 40 to 45, so we could have more members. So it's a little bit about fire department. Just a couple of things when we get back into the business side. Last capital contribution for a fire truck was in 1995. which we still have that truck to this day. It's an old Freightliner commercial that the town, it's up for replacement, and we're actually getting rid of that truck and getting a tanker. With that tanker, the town has already agreed to spend $1.2 million on. That will become one of the most valuable trucks in this county. 3,000 gallons of water on one truck. So the town's already committed to buying that truck. I think Tim's plan is great. It benefits our fire department for a very, very long time. Helps us to only get stronger and better. And I appreciate the effort he put into that plan. You know, any given day in Rocky Mount, a good part of the population of Franklin County is in Rocky Mount. You got the middle school, you got the high school, several elementary schools. You got everybody coming to work in the industries, all the manufacturing plants in town. So, you know, during the day we protect a lot of people. One thing I can say about my fire department is no matter what's going on in this county, when we're called to answer that call, we'll be there. So putting politics aside, don't think you're voting for the town council. Don't think it's, you know, for the county. This ultimately benefits the membership of the Rocky Mount Volunteer Fire Department and the citizens. So it's just a little bit about what I wanted to say about my fire department, and I would be forever in debt to this board if we can move forward and come together and find something that would benefit and help with capital fire truck purchases as we move forward. Thank you for the time. Lori?
Yeah, I'd like to use this opportunity, and Ronnie, thank you for putting the human side, I think it's what I would call it, the human side to this issue. I just want to put some facts on the table as we continue to deliberate, which, if we work with facts, we'll come to a good outcome. That's what we all want. When the town of Rocky Mount, let me back up. We have an MOU with the town of Rocky Mount dated 2020. And that MOU is intact today, and it has an exclusionary clause in it that says it does not include capital. So I have said from the beginning, any decision to do anything on the capital side should first be addressed through reviewing the MOU and the Board of Supervisors making a determination if we want to stand by the exclusion of capital or whether we want to include it. If you include it, is it, what are the conditions of that? I think that's probably paramount. The other thing is, when we first started making contributions with Rocky Mount, it was in the 26K range, somewhere around what all of our volunteer departments get approximately. And they got bumped to $90,000 a year in 2020, 2019, 2020, I believe. And that was to compensate Rocky Mount, when they incorporated as a town, they incorporated primarily what towns do that for is to be able to offer an increased level of services over and above what the county provides. And so they made a deliberate action to incorporate as a town. We recognized back in 2019, 2020 with the MOU that they are running a lot of calls out of the town limits. And we have been very grateful for that and very appreciative of that. So I feel from my research and all the data that I've looked at that the town has been properly compensated through that increase to $90,000 a year for running calls outside of the town of Rocky Mount, excluding apparatus. So when I think about our volunteer fire departments, one of the things that came up very early on was, if the town wants to ask us to contribute to an apparatus purchase, then we need to bring that piece of apparatus under the umbrella of our public safety department, put it in the rotation, and let it go through the norms of how we operate with our public safety system on the fire side. And that was rejected. I'm not quite sure why, but it was rejected. And so I also worry about what this says and does to our volunteer departments that we currently have in Franklin County. I think we have 11 or 12 departments. And what this says to them as bringing just the potential purchase or contribution to a piece of apparatus outside of the context of the rotation schedule, to me, is patently unfair to our departments as they stand today. I think that I have been very disenchanted with the direction this conversation has taken over time. And Mr. Tatum, I would tell you, I don't think you've got 4 votes today. I think that this, and the reason I say that is because there's been a lot of ongoing discussion about this, and we want to get to the right place. Right. We want to honor the volunteers of Rocky Mount Fire Department, which you do for our county. We've got to be in a place as a Board of Supervisors to be that good fiduciary of our citizens' money, the fairness to our departments, and really an MOU that is a legal document that we're looking to just kind of put to the side and say, oh, well, we might just start including some capital on this without properly discussing a signed and executed MOU. Those things fly in the face to me of how we should be doing business. And so I think this is ripe for discussion, but for me, Mr. Chairman, I still very much support any activity that we would engage in with regard to purchase of apparatus, that they be brought under our public safety system for us to participate, and that they be placed in the rotation schedule so that it would be fair and equitable to all of our stations with those dollars. I think the argument about Rocky Mount not being properly compensated, I think I've demonstrated that I don't believe that's true. Capital was never on the table. So we can't say that we're not doing our job with relationship to paying for capital through the Rocky Mount Fire Department, because it's never been on the table. We're not behind, we're not, that's what we're dealing with now. So I'm proposing, bottom line, is that we have to revisit this MOU. We've got to have discussions that say, what does our relationship with the town of Rocky Mount need to look like as it relates to the cost of doing business outside of the town limits in today's world, today's dollars, and do we want to consider a discussion around the purchase of apparatus? I would say they need to come in under our public safety department again for equity purposes, and so that we can make sure that we are being very good stewards of taxpayers' money to all of our fire departments, including bringing Rocky Mount in and having them have a piece of the pie of what we want to do to address public safety. My last point is, I believe that given that we've got 2 supervisor-elects sitting at this table, and this is a large decision and this decision could very well carry us into our future in terms of how we want to interact with the town of Rocky Mount with regard to capital and apparatus purchases. I would say that we need to table this discussion to allow our supervisors-elect to come on, get up to speed on this matter, and discuss it within the context of an upcoming budget that you will all be participating in. We'll be revisiting our capital budget. And so I think we would be remiss as a Board of Supervisors to try to make decisions right now, knowing that January 2nd, when we have our organizational meeting, we'll be seating 2 new supervisors who very much will have their own, you gentlemen will have your own ideas about how we proceed. This is a forward projected decision. This is not something we're going to do tomorrow. They've already ordered these apparatus. So when they ordered them, in my world, you're planning on paying for them. So they're ordered. And this is the first I've heard that our $50,000 with this resolution that we passed right here, it's the first I've heard that it was formally rejected. I've yet to hear anything from the town council as a whole that this was rejected. I stood by my $50,000 contribution that I voted for. I think I was even part of making the motion. I seconded the motion. And part of this was a titling issue as well. So evidently, this is not worth the paper it's printed on. That's fine. That just means we need to go back to the drawing board, as Mr. Tatum has done, and he's come up with a proposal for us to talk about and vet. Those are the steps and those are the rationale behind why I feel as strongly as I do about this topic. I'm very process-oriented, and I want to make sure that we are conducting a transparent and appropriate process on behalf of the people that we serve. So, if you're ready, if at what point during this discussion you're ready.
I just want to comment, make one thing there. If this was passed, this was an agreement between the Board of Supervisors and the Town Council for the Rocky Mount Fire Department. It would in no ways affect the current fire apparatus rotation to counties.
Well, it's the money. It's the money.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, Nick.
And to your point there, Tim, regardless, the money, taxpayer dollars, taxpayer dollars. And this is leapfrogging the Rocky Mount Volunteer Fire Department in front of other volunteer organizations, in my opinion. It's putting them in front of everybody else and making them a completely separate deal by theirs. Does anybody know the exact mileage on the truck?
Ladder truck, about 8,800 miles.
And in my research, so the big deal about this is it has to be updated for ISO insurance ratings. Is Ferrum College and the Rocky Mountain Fire Department's first did?
For a ladder truck, you better believe it. That is your first two ladder trucks.
Does it go all, I mean, okay, so it is, because Ferrum College has just as tall buildings as most of the county. The time for these discussions is during the budget talk. We cannot keep putting these pinches in all these meetings we go to, that we have to buy this thing now. This is for discussion and budget talk, where it's coming up, and that is where we talk about these things. Not now, in a pinch, that we gotta do this tonight, or we're not gonna be able to get this fire truck. We pay all this money and pay all these people, and good people, to do these jobs, to come up with this budget, and we're just, what are we even having for? Time for this is during the budget, not right now. I agree with Lori, it should be tabled. We have one absent and two to elect. That would leave, what, 4 people making a call.
May I make a comment, please? Sure. All due respect to Marshall, Dan, I'm the current supervisor for Blackwater District. We've been talking about this for months. So I would like a little bit of respect as a current sitting supervisor. Past supervisor of the year before I got elected didn't give me the same courtesy before I got on. So I would appreciate it if we would take that off the table. This is something we've been talking about all year. I am the supervisor for Blackwater right now. Not Marshall yet. Dan's not in there for Union Hall yet. I'm the supervisor. We've been talking about this for months. The town's already ordered trucks. Nobody's putting anybody in a pinch. We are treated separate. We're the town fire department. We're in a whole different umbrella. We're not coming under public safety. I don't understand where this keeps coming up. The town is simply asking for additional. All right, you keep coming back to the fire truck rotation. The current fire truck rotation is, hey, we need $800,000 now for this year's planned fire truck. We're talking about slow increments that benefits the town and town citizens with their fire department over a long period of time. It is completely different scenarios here. But I'm the Blackwater supervisor now, I'll make a motion tonight for your plan. Because I think it's unfair to me that, yes, we have 2 elections here, but we're in November. I still have 1 more meeting left in December. And I think I deserve the respect to be able to say what I want to say as the current sitting supervisor for Blackwater District. It kind of irritates me that that keeps getting brought up. Well, sorry, I'm still a supervisor. So I'll make a motion that
Let's see if anyone else has any comments. Mike?
My district, I certainly support the town. I've always supported the town. I don't have heartburn with us funding some of this vehicle. To Lori's point, and I've read extensively on this, when a town is formed from a county, that town is formed to provide superior service above what a county can provide, whether that be fire, rescue, police, or whatever. I think we've demonstrated as a county, we give them $90,000 a year. We bought them $500,000 worth of turnout gear and other supplies. We give them more money than we do the other volunteer fire departments. That being said, I don't object to us participating in the purchase of this truck, but first of all, I think Mr. Thompson should be here to voice his opinion in this subject moving forward. And I'm sorry, Ronnie, we're obligating the taxpayers to $2.4 million, and that's gonna be paid out over a period of time, and I think the two new elects probably should have a voice in that.
We've only been talking about it most of the
But
year.
up for me, I think it should be tabled at least until, Mr. Thompson, excuse me, can be here.
Tom, you want to say something?
Yeah, I thought everybody brought out some good points. Yes, I do think it should fall under public safety. I have a heartburn with giving Rocky Mount $90,000, because to me, it's not being fair to the other volunteers. I'd like to see that reduced down to $50,000. And like I said, I'd like to see the truck brought in under public safety, at least have Frank County on it. And, I think, if we accomplish that, then I don't have a whole lot of problem. But I would like also and I agree with what you said about setting supervisors. I think they done shoved this over to the side.
That's how I feel right
I
now.
apologize, my name, I asked already.
Just for the record here, you know that I sit here and I didn't open my mouth.
That
I
doesn't-
won't, I'm not in January.
That's
I ain't
not
pointing
Ronnie,
the finger
that's
at
not,
you.
that's not.
So, you know, that's my feeling. And I hate it, and I hate I said what I said. But, you know, we're here. I'm not dead yet. I haven't called Aaron Buster, and ain't just nobody else saying I got a body on hand. But, you know, I feel bad that they say, okay, we need to wait for the other supervisors. No, this is our baby. This is what we should vote on to do. But I do, like I said, I think it should be reduced down to $50,000. And we should. An operational figure should be reduced down to $50,000. And I think that we need to take the other fire departments, volunteers, and bring their money up to equal that what we give Rocky Mount. And I think that'll be a fair playing field for everybody. And like I said, I will agree with Laura that the truck needs to fall under public safety, at least have Frank County on it. But if you can accomplish that, then, but I also believe it should be tabled for Ronnie Thompson. But you asked my opinion, and I got it.
I just wanted to point out that the adage with regard to not being able to bind future boards.
Right, yeah.
So-
Future board can throw it all out regardless.
So to embark on something this large with 2 meetings to go, which could then just be reversed by 2 votes coming up, would seem to me to be imprudent maybe.
Yes.
No offense to you guys that are leaving, but, you know, the next board, you can vote for it tonight, the next board can come in January and undo it. So, I mean, is that really where you want to be?
I understand that, but me and Tommy have sat here for months and endured the stress and anxiety of this whole deal, and, you know, I mean.
Also, the truck doesn't have to be paid for right away, is that correct?
Pay on.
Yeah, paid on delivery, and it won't be here for what, 2 years?
2025.
Colin, you've heard everything said. You'd like to make any comments or discussion?
I appreciate you bringing it up, Chairman Tatum. We've had a lot of discussion. I've discussed this issue with almost all of you at length. It's y'all's decision. You know, we've gone through the facts and we've talked about it. I did hear Ms. Smith say that she didn't know it was formally rejected. I'm pretty sure I told all of you guys that when I met with you. But we are where we are, and hopefully going forward we can continue a good discussion. But again, this isn't a budget item for this season. I mean, it's 2 years down the road. Again, the truck doesn't get here until 2025. But we have ordered it, because if we didn't order it, it'd be another $1.2 million if that truck sold. So for our taxpayers, we look to go ahead and go in the purchase and save a little money. So I appreciate it.
Hey, Ollie, not to sound like a lawyer, but did y'all have a counter offer?
We did submit something back, I think it was 60% of the cost of the vehicle, I think what it was, we sent back, which was a $3 million or something like that. And then, Chairman Tatum came with his proposal, and we like the way that looks. And it doesn't bind, it would be amending the MOU, or the MOA, is what it was, a memorandum of agreement, is how it was written, to add that language to it. And so that's how it can work, coexist together in a legal way.
But as far as the dollars are concerned, they're acceptable to the town?
What Chair Tatum asked?
Right.
Yes.
Let me throw something
Let us
out.
think about it.
If we could.
Perhaps not in public.
Plan's been out there for. If we could come to agreement on what Tim has proposed, would you all be willing to give Franklin County the ladder truck that's gonna be out of service to take to Ferrum to have up there at Ferrum College?
That's something that, I gotta talk to the department, I gotta talk to
The
the
old
council.
ladder truck.
But anything that's proposed, we can take back and forth.
I'm just throwing that out there. I think it's important for Ferrum College to have superior fire protection.
I think one thing I'm hearing is we want to continue this discussion, but we want to, table it to, and don't wanna cut you and Tommy out, but, at least table it till Ronnie Thompson is here, so that he has an opportunity to have input. That would be hopefully December, but, someone wanna make a motion that we table this to,
I'll second it.
okay, till next month,
December.
till Ronnie's here, and then we can have further discussion at that point. We'll take a voice, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. We're gonna table this, Madam Clerk, until next month. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I might ask if there are any areas of ambiguity with all the discussion that's been had here, that we attempt to get questions answered, so that when we do come back on this with Mr. Thompson here, that we're all dealing with the facts, and the innuendo is put to the side, and this thing has been a ridiculous mess, and I'm sick of it, quite frankly. We are better than this. So if we can attempt to get any unanswered questions taken care of for Mr. Thompson to join us, that would be my preference.
And one thing, I think staff should tell us in December where we're gonna get this money from to pay for it.
And I agree with what Mike said, it needs to go through staff and how it's gonna fit into their budget.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the other ones have to crunch some numbers. And like I said, it would be looking at starting at next year's budget, which it would be 50,000. And I think we need to take into consideration what Supervisor Condon said, as far as if we need to adjust the operations in and then adjust the other agencies' operations. They all have needs.
Well, the other agencies should definitely get more money, I can tell you that right now.
That is a broader discussion.
But that's something we gotta,
Yeah.
when budget time rolls around and later on, we're not gonna fix any of that tonight. Moving right along, I look on my agenda here, Tom, to see where we're at. Yeah, we need to, Chris, 5:15, do you want to do, your report? And then, do we have time to do our closed session before, or you want to do closed session after the public hearings?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's up to the board. I know we want to take a break for dinner. I can try to cover some of my items during dinner, if that's a preference of the board, or closed session during dinner. Again, that's.
Look, you want to go ahead and break for dinner, and just go get dinner, bring it back here, and then Chris can cover his, and then once you get done, then we'll do closed session after. And we have butchered my agenda.
Apologies to the audience for our delay.
Yeah, we apologize for being late, but like I said, we have killed my agenda. I'm trying to find out where we're at.
I would move straight into public hearing.
Yep, we're gonna do that. We're gonna go straight into public hearings. I'm gonna ask for Lisa Cooper, come on up, since we've done kicked you to the curb one time today. At least we'll let you present now.
That's fine, that is fine. Well, Today must not be my day. Okay, I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Finally. Thank you, Chairman Tatum and members of the board. We're here to do your public hearings that went to Planning Commission last month. And we'll start with the first one. The first one is for Tammy Herney. She's the applicant owner for a special use permit with possible conditions. Her property is zoned A1 agricultural. The property is located at 269 Forest Edge Road, and that's in the Union Hall election district. It's also, her property is identified by real estate records, tax parcel number 03303033800. And the purpose of this request is for short-term tourist rental of a dwelling, and her future land use designation is low-density residential. We'll tell you a little bit about the property. The dwelling is 1.5 story, single-family residence. It was constructed in 2015. The dwelling consists of 3 bedrooms and 3 full baths and 1 half bathroom, and has a total living area of approximately 1,404 square feet. The building department did a certificate of occupancy for the 3-bedroom single-family dwelling in January of 2015. The Virginia Department of Health issued their sewage disposal system construction permit for a 3-bedroom back in June of 2014. On February 2019, a final inspection was done for alterations to finish the partial part of the basement, adding a bathroom, office, living room, and kitchenette. The certificate of completion was issued for that in February of 2019. The single-family dwelling can be rented for three-bedroom home with a maximum of 6 adults. The water is supplied by a well. The septic is by the sewer is supplied by a septic system. The single-family dwelling happens to be located on a public road. The applicant works out of state, and she did not want to sell her property because she wants to retire at Smith Mountain Lake. She plans to use a property management company for her short-term rental. Staff has received 2 phone calls from citizens in opposition of the application, and staff received 2 letters of oppositions that should be in your packet. The citizens cited concerns over noise level, increased traffic, safety of the cove as reasons for their opposition. We'd like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located in the county. We also like to give you an aerial. You'll notice that the property is fairly wooded. It has a wooded lot to one side and a single-family residence to another, and it's located in a cul-de-sac. This is your future land use map. It's low-density residential, and that yellow should go all the way down into the white. This is your zoning map, so you'll see that this property is surrounded by A1 zoning. This is the conceptual plan. As you can see, she identified the location of her well and her septic. The driveway, it shows that there is ample parking for the short-term rental. Staff's analysis with Franklin County, including the town of Rocky Mount and Smith Mountain Lake, being a prime vacation destination, the proposed use would expand temporary lodging, options where guests can visit and enjoy the amenities and recreation within the county. In addition, the extra lodging short-term rentals will continue to drive tourism and add economic value to the county. The single-family dwelling can only be rented for 6 adults maximum, which is similar to a single-family dwelling that is not rented. The property has a wooded lot on one side and a single-family dwelling on the other side, with some landscaping and trees separating the 2 properties to help with the screening. The property has ample parking in the driveway to accommodate the renters. Traffic generated by this short-term rental would be similar to what is generated by a single-family dwelling that is not rented. The noise of the rental should not be more than what is normally expected in a residential neighborhood. Your Planning Commission did hold their public hearing. The Planning Commission voted 4 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent for the special use permit with 5 conditions. This special use permit can only be used for the short-term rental for this only dwelling on this property. And as usual, if there's additional dwellings on this property, it would have to come back through the process and come back to you all and the Planning Commission. The owner shall comply with the supplementary regulations for short-term rentals found in the County Code, Section 25-138 and Section 5.572. The owner will be required and maintain a proof of liability insurance to cover injury to guests for no less than $1 million. The owner shall register the short-term rental and shall have the property inspected for compliance with our county code. No short-term rental of the property shall be authorized until the inspections take place and the property is found to be compliant. Short-term rentals, excuse me, the short-term rental shall offer a maximum of 3 bedrooms or a maximum capacity of 6 adults. In accordance with the Virginia Department of Health Sewage Disposal System operating permit. If it needs to be increased, then the maximum capacity would have to be changed by the Virginia Department of Health. And I would be glad to answer any questions, and the applicant is here also.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Lori.
Mike, did you have any first?
I just have one, Ms. Cooper, and I may have missed it when you were speaking.
I'm sorry.
Is this property zoned A1 along with the adjoining properties? Is that what you said?
Yes, the property that we're talking about is in the blue.
Yes.
And the surrounding properties, even across the cove, is A1.
So it's all A1?
It's all A1 close to this property,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't go so
I
fast.
think you said it, but I didn't hear
Yeah,
it.
she said it.
Probably did.
Good Lord.
Thank you. Hi, Lisa. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have a couple questions. Starting with the initial application, and I think it's probably just error. It claims that this property is in the Westlake Overlay District. I just want to confirm, I know redistricting, of course, took place, but the typed initial application says it's in the Westlake Overlay
It
District.
is not in the Westlake Overlay District. I apologize for that.
No, I just wanted to confirm.
No, it is definitely not in the Westlake Overlay
Right.
District.
The other question I had, on the septic, obviously, that 2014 date of the issuance has me a little concerned, especially with property that is sitting on the lake. I'm seeking some guidance as to whether a condition should be applied to require a current septic evaluation since it's been so long, perhaps. I know we require it every 5 years, but we really have no way of monitoring that currently.
Are you talking about the septic pump out program, or are you talking about the SAP that we do for some of the really old septic systems?
No, not the SAP, just, to comply with the every 5 year codified piece that we have for septic pump out. I mean, I don't know if this has been evaluated since 2014, and I get real concerned about degradation of these systems when they've not been checked out, especially with it sitting on the water.
Well, there's something that, obviously staff, I can't do it for you right now, and you could put a condition, but there is something that staff can do, and we can make it part of our staff report, is we can check and see the last time that they had it serviced to make sure that they're in compliance with the 5 years.
So should we put that as a condition, or?
If you want us to check it out for this particular property, then yes, ma'am, I would put it as a condition that we need, we can word it just like that staff needs to check to make sure that it has, or put something in there saying that for the condition that it has to have been pumped out or pumped in the last 5 years, or at least inspected.
Yeah, I think if it's the pleasure of the board, I would like for the board to consider adding that condition. Does anybody have any objection to that on the board, Mr.
Now,
Condon?
what do you want to do?
I'd like to
Pump
add
out
it.
the septic tank every 5 years?
Well, since this permit was issued in 2014, I wanted the staff to make sure that it has been looked at within the last 5 years, and if not, that it would be a requirement for this application to be
I
approved.
have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Nick, Mike and Nick, or?
I'm sorry. Should we, and I'm just saying this, I don't know, on these situations like this, maybe that should be a requirement of a special use permit to show proof that it was pumped out and what that date was moving forward?
That occurred to me when I was studying this one permit, is that, no, just in your review process with the development team, maybe that's a prerequisite discussion piece.
We could add it, there's, list of items that we request, before they become before you, like the, if they have their septic information, to give that to us. So we could just, in the emergency exit, if they have it already, we ask for it. We could just ask when the last time the septic has been pumped out. And then we can also check also,
Yeah,
through our
I
system.
agree with Mr. Carter. I think it should be part of our development process review. And so the only other question, Lisa, I know that when we look at these special use permits, with applicants that are living out of town, much less out of state, I know this states that the property management company is managing this. I would just like to hear from the applicant if there's going to be somebody that's available on the, if there's a call at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, how is that going to be managed out of state?
Okay. And back to your condition that you'd like to put, you could also, your condition could be the owner shall comply with the septic pump out program.
Well, but that indicates just moving forward. I want to make sure before this is approved.
Right.
That
but
it's
if
been
you want
done.
to put it on this, I'll put it on the list that we give the individuals before they come before you. And the two that we have next month, I'll make sure I have that information for you.
Great.
But for this one, you could just put something like the owner shall comply with the septic pump out program before the short-term rental is rented or something.
Okay.
We can put something like that in there.
I trust your wording. You know what the spirit of what I'm after.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Anyone else have anything for Lisa? Thank you. Okay, would the property owner like to speak in regard to this?
Sure. My name is Tammy, and I'm requesting the short-term rental license because, like she said, my plan was to come here after I retired from the military, but my civilian job, put a little wrench in my plan, and I got to go to work at least one day a week. So I haven't spent my time in Philly. So I'm not getting up as much. I did buy the property, like I said, in 2020 with the hope of staying here, and that is still my hope in a few years to come back and live here full time. The community is great. Would like to share it with a few people here and there. I'm not looking to have it rolling every week because I do enjoy coming. And I will get that septic. Like I said, when I bought it in 2020, the homeowner, he finished his house in 2015, so I guess that's when he started living. Once it was done, it was at the end of 2015. So yeah, I'll get that for you.
Thank you.
If I don't see it in my purchase records.
And how do you plan on managing complaints?
Complaints, well, I plan on getting short-term property here in Smith Mountain Lake. There's quite a few of them. And then you also asked if I have any friends here, and I do. That's how I actually found Smith Mountain Lake, because I am a realtor was a realtor in Philadelphia also, and I sold her house in Philly, and she came up here. She has family. She's in Vinton, so she's less than like 20 miles from my house, so about 35-minute drive.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's somebody that's of record with the
Okay.
contact information that can be notified or questioned or calls. We deal with a lot of neighborhood complaints.
Yeah.
And then if there's some, when we have applicants that live out of state, we just want to make sure that there's somebody that is fairly local, or that there is somebody available by phone 24 hours a day to take a complaint and be able to work at resolving it.
Okay, no problem. I'll, check with the property management on that, and
Okay.
definitely my friend.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else have any questions for? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This time, we'll open the floor for public comment in regard to this issue. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up here to speak?
Mr. Chairman, bear with me 1 second. Let me get the list.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we have no speakers for this item.
Okay, is there anyone here in the gallery that would like to speak to the board in regard to this special use permit request? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the floor for public comment. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to make a motion. I found that the use will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the use permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for special use to allow for short-term rental of dwelling on property with the 5 conditions as recommended by the planning commission. And I think you want to add the septic tank.
With the
So
condition,
it'd be 6 conditions.
Right.
That's my motion, sir.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson is absent for the vote. Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay. All right, Ms. Cooper.
This is your last public hearing for the evening. It's for a special use permit for Westlake Apartment Homes LLC as the applicant and the owner. They're requesting an amendment to a condition number 4 of a previous special use permit approved by the Board of Supervisors on December 17th, 2019. The request modification is on approximately combined 9.43 acres of property, zone plan commercial development. The properties are located adjacent to 220 Village Spring Drive in the Gills Creek election district. It's identified by tax parcel number 0300000103A and 0300000103CC. The modification to condition 4 is for the special use permit to change the number of allowable multifamily dwelling units from 72 to 96. This property has a future land use designation of commercial mixed use, and it's in the Westlake Hellsford designated growth area. Just to give you a little background, the property was rezoned in 2018 from B2 to PCD as a special use permit approved for the proposed construction of residential dwellings on 33.2 acres. In 2019, the applicant/owner requested an amendment to condition number 4 of the existing special use permit provided by the Board of Supervisors on September 11th, 2018. The condition related to the bonding, completion, and acceptance of streets for public use, with the revision requiring that the developer of the apartments for those tax map numbers that I mentioned post a surety only for the portion of Village Springs Drive, which is private at this point in time, between Morewood Road, which is public, and Brookview Lane, which is private, and not be permitted to construct more than 72 multifamily units until this section of the roadway has been accepted into the VDOT secondary system for public use. The Westlake Apartments LLC is requesting the special use permit amendment to revise condition 4 to allow building permits to be issued up from 72 to 96 and for this portion of Village Spring Drive. The applicant indicated thus far, based on the demand for the initial 48 apartment units, that the market for quality workforce housing has exceeded the expectations. The applicant does have a waiting list and a demand for other units. The property, as I said, is located in the Westlake Hellsford designated area. The water and sewer is supplied by Western Virginia Water Authority. Staff has received calls from citizens inquiring about the sign for the public hearing. Citizens did not express support of opposition. Some citizens requested the application for them to review. Staff did receive one letter of support as long as the apartments were well kept. We like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located in the county. We also like to give you an aerial view of the 2 parcels that are in question. We also like to give you the land use, the future land use, which is commercial mixed use. And it's also, behind it, it has suburban residential, 4 units per acre. We also like to give you the zoning map, so you'll see that the purple is PCD, which is your planned commercial development. Your red is your B2, which is your general business. Across from Village Spring, there is RMF, which is a residential multifamily. And then the kind of speckled gray is your A1 that surrounds the back of the property and across the street. This is the conceptual plan that was submitted with the application. And I'm sorry, I had an extra slide in there that I thought I deleted. There's a couple of things that have happened since we went to the Planning Commission. So I'm going to be brief with my staff analysis and then let you know what has been taking place. The applicant is requesting to change the number of building permits allowed from 72 to 96 for multifamily dwellings. There is a high demand for all housing types, especially workforce housing in the county, as you all well know. The apartments have met some of the demands for workforce housing. Staff does not question the additional 24 apartments that are needed. VDOT did supply the developer with a current punch list dated February of 2023. Part of Condition 4 states that additional building permits for 24 additional dwelling units may be issued during the warranty period for the roadway. That warranty period is VDOT holds a bond for a year after the road is taken into the system. And this is what has happened since we have been to the Planning Commission. The developer has completed VDOT's punch list that is dated February of 2023. He has also already milled and paved Village Spring Drive from the intersection of Morewood all the way to Brookview, and that was part of Condition 4 from the original permit. So your Planning Commission held their public hearing. The Planning Commission made a recommendation, 5 in favor, 2 absent, to support the special use permit. All the other conditions are the same from the special use permit except for number 4. You will notice in your transmittal that this is what was added after a lot of discussion between the Planning Commission, the county attorney, staff, and the developer. Building permits for additional 24 multifamily dwellings for a total of 96 multifamily dwelling units can be issued. However, a certificate of occupancy shall not be issued unless the property owner submits a new cost estimate for road improvements that includes VDOT punch list dated February 27th, 2023, to take a portion of Village Spring Drive into the VDOT secondary system. And that portion was what I just described to you. The property owner shall pay for a third party chosen by the county to review the cost estimate for accuracy at the property owner's expense. Property owners shall provide surety in the form of a bond, letter of credit, or cash escrow for the updated cost estimate. Or alternatively, this is something that we just added today because of it being milled and paved. It's ready for VDOT to go out and inspect to see if it's ready to be brought into the state system. The developer has made the phone call to VDOT, so they just need to set up the appointment to see if there's anything else that needs to be done to the road before they would bring it in front of you as the board to bring it into the state system. So we decided to add an or. Alternatively, the property owner may provide a 1-year performance bond to VDOT. So that's a little, what's in green is what staff's asking you to add along to what the Planning Commission recommendation is. Truly, the road, obviously, I don't work for VDOT, but the road has been milled and paved. The punch list has been completed. If anything, there would be something minor. Usually, if there's anything, it's something minor. We won't know until VDOT goes out there, but we thought it was time to put something else in there so that while all this is going on, then the developer could get his building permit for the 24 units. And I would be glad to answer any questions. I won't go over unless you want me to, the other conditions that will stay with the special use permit unless you want to hear them again. And I would be glad to answer any questions, and Mr. Fralin is also here to give you a presentation.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Lisa?
I'll just
Go ahead.
make a comment. Lisa, thank you very much for this evaluation, and thank you very much for staying on top of the progress that's been made, and very pleased to have seen that. Given that this is in my district, I just want my colleagues to know that for your informational purposes, I was going to ask about that February 27th, 2023 punch list letter from VDOT. And just to summarize, Lisa, you're indicating that these items have been fulfilled by the applicant with the milling and paving awaiting VDOT's evaluation. Therefore, there'll be a surety bond put in place that will see this through for a period of a year?
For a period of a year, or if Mr. Fralin chose, he could give the bond to us, but he's still gonna have to pay a bond to VDOT also, because they require a bond for a year just to make sure that the road stays in the condition that it is.
Okay, and I'll just ask Mr. Fralin some questions when the
Okay.
board's finished.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Tommy.
Can you go back to overhead view of the apartment development, please?
Sorry about that slide there.
A little more.
One more?
Where it showed the building, where they're gonna turn in all this other stuff.
You want the conceptual plan?
No, you showed a picture looking down at like the rooftops.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry. That's it.
The apartments, there's 2 apartments or 3 apartments already out there.
Right. Are we gonna be able to accommodate the traffic on this? 96 units? Is anything, I know you said something about the highway department, but are they taking this into consideration, the traffic?
I'm sure they have. I mean, basically, the way the condition is written, in order for any traffic analysis to be done on 122 by the developer, then he would have to do a traffic study. So when VDOT made their original comments back in 2018, and we went through site plan review for the apartment complex, the developer was required to adhere to anything that VDOT had in their site plan review, and I know he did because we approved the site plan. So
I'm confused. Are units there already?
yes, they're once the last unit gets the certificate of occupancy, there will be 17 units. And
Okay, well, I mean, it's already, they just finished up.
72.
They just finishing up a third building.
No.
Is that it?
The third building. They're finishing up
Okay.
the third building.
That's sure the mighty small swimming pool for that many people. Are you planning on making it bigger?
Did he say swimming pool?
I'll address that when he comes up. I'm sorry. But anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I think that they took that into consideration. And I think with the condition, having this person of the road come into the state system will be a positive thing for the traffic.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Lisa? Thank you.
Could we ask Mr. Fralin?
Sorry. I'm
Property
trying to
owner
get
will
my-
come forward, please.
Is the Westlake apartment yours?
Yeah.
There may be 2 of them on there.
Is there 2 of
last-
them?
Well, there was one from last time, the planning commission, it's just changed slightly. I'm sure that's probably right.
Yeah. The one
This is the
there-
new one?
That's the one I received this afternoon. You'd be able to put it into
Where
speed
is?
mode. I think
Where
it's
is it on
at
this?
the very bottom, that very bottom right, third one from the top on the bottom right.
The third one? Oh, right here.
Yep.
Well, obviously, I don't know how to click. Sorry.
No, thank you. And then I just click what button to make it go?
You can use the clicker or you can use the tab, the arrow tab.
I use the arrow tabs usually.
Okay, good. Well, thanks everyone for meeting me tonight and listening to my short presentation. I know you've been at it since 12 p.m. today, so I'm sure you're tired. But and I'll be brief. But I want to first thank you for letting us be in Franklin County. We have had a very great experience. We obviously have 48 units that are occupied and full. We have 24 more that are under construction that should be open in March. And then we obviously are here tonight to talk about the final 24 on this parcel to make a total of 96 units. Again, I'll just, we did not know demand would be quite as strong as it was, and that's been a good thing. We did not do the original zoning. Another developer did, and we bought the project from that developer. And we really didn't think a lot about the 72 units one way or the other. That was probably short-sighted on our part. As demand grew, we had a situation where obviously we could not build the last building until that section of the road was taken in. So we're all clear. This went through some gyrations. And then what happened is frankly, we didn't, and our engineers didn't completely agree with VDOT's analysis of the road because it wasn't used very often and it was it had good integrity to it. We quickly realized that we were not going to convince VDOT of that, and so we just went ahead and did the work. And I purposely wanted to get that done before I was before you with tonight. So I hope that's not confusing, but any questions, just let me know, and I'll just pop through this real quickly and then let you get on tonight. This is a rendering of what we, quote, were going to build. And then this is actually, I'm not 100% sure this is Westlake, so we have another project just like it. But this is what we are building out there. These are pictures of Westlake apartment homes. Again, there are 48 units and the 24 on the way in March. There's a future phase where we could add up to 144 more units. We are not in a position to want to do that right now, but I can tell you, with thanks, that we really appreciate being in Franklin County, and it's been way better of an experience than we even imagined. We had high expectations to begin with, so thank you. Again, you've seen this. Any questions? Again, I don't want to go too slowly for you. I know you've got a long day. You've seen this already. This is just where we are, but you've seen that too. You've seen this. This is the amendment, which does not reflect the language. Yeah, which I like. I think your language is even better, so that would be great. And then this is today. It rained today, unfortunately. I was hoping for a bright sunny day. I asked a fellow that's on our team to go by there and take pictures, and he did. And these are the pictures of the road that has been milled, and so that's it. Here's your pool, Mr. Cundiff. We can talk about it in real time, and I'll come back to that when we open up for discussion. And then there is a workout facility there too. So with that, I'll just open for any questions, I guess. I'm happy to
Robert,
answer.
it's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for being with us this evening.
Oh, thank you.
I am very appreciative of your confidence in Franklin County. Glad you're having a good experience. That's very important for us to hear that. I am thrilled to know you have a waiting list. I can't say I'm totally surprised by that. We have a great demand. I would put a little pressure on you to continue after you do these other 24 units. One question I have, when you're going down Moorwood Road, I'm noticing, and maybe it's not that way today, but just in my recent recollection, it doesn't look like there's a lot of dirt that's still showing. Is that going to be due to the extra 24 units being built? Or I know this isn't the planting season per se, but do you have immediate plans to address that curb appeal, if you will, on Moorwood?
Yeah, I don't want to be manipulative, but the truth of the matter is when this parcel is filled, everything will be seated and looking pretty.
Okay.
It does have to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Tommy.
I know it sounds terrible, but how many people will that pool accommodate?
You know, I should know the answer to that, and I don't. What I do know is we don't claim to be the biggest developer in the world, but we're building 5 apartment complexes now, and we have about 1,000 units under management that we own. And this is the size pool that was designed by Balzer and Associates that we use for all of them. I can't say I've had that complaint before, but I can say that now that you mention it, it doesn't look huge for the amount of people. And in Lynchburg, we have 156 units.
Which one do you plan on putting in the second pool?
If we build more units,
Yes.
I don't like to say things like without giving it real thought, so I don't want to commit to something without thinking about it, but I will certainly entertain that.
Well, on a hot day, you got 96 units you planning. I know this sounds crazy, but this means something to me. Because we camp, we do everything. And a lot of campgrounds we go to supplement their income, they let outsiders go to the pool. Well, I pay good money to camp. I pay good money for use of that pool. Now, are y'all gonna let outsiders play in that too?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna let other people that don't live in the buildings go to that pool?
No, they're not allowed to do that.
No.
You're not.
It's
No.
private, Tommy.
It may be private, I understand that. A lot of campgrounds are too, but they still supplement the income by letting other people come in to use the pool.
I hear you're saying we could charge a fee for
Yeah.
people. We won't do that.
Okay.
And
Like
I
said,
wouldn't think that he would.
That's my pet peeve.
I understand, and I understand what you're saying. If it's any 100 plus units is, or 120 units plus is sort of the break point where you provide a pool and a clubhouse. In this project, we did it because I didn't know, if I'm being completely transparent, I didn't know the demand was going to be quite as high, and I wanted to have an amenity for our residents and only our residents. And so we thought about not building the pool, and I'm so glad we did. It makes it a more attractive
Well, like I
development.
said, with 96 units, that pool's gonna be pretty full on a hot day. But that's just my question. That's like I
Sure.
said, that's my pet peeve because I've camped in many places. And you pay good money to be there. And if a man's paying $900 to $1,200 a month, you don't want somebody else in the pool that's not paying maybe $5 or $10 a day.
Well, we do monitor that, and we've
Okay.
had problems in other places, and we've unfortunately had to get the police department involved in one community because people were jumping in our pool that weren't part of the group.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, I understand we do not have anyone signed up to speak on this.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there anyone in the gallery that would like to speak to the board in regard to this issue? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the floor for public hearing. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was a public comment received that wanted to be acknowledged at the meeting.
Okay.
It's in your script.
Okay.
Are you looking for a motion, or are you looking for the comment?
Comment.
It's right.
Right above public hearing.
I think I've got it right here. It's one of my constituents that I've been working with. Well, her name is Frances Koch.
In this pile? Okay. This, okay.
Oh, okay.
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 For the public record, I'd like to acknowledge that the board has received an email dated November 9th, 2023 from Francine Koch, a Gills Creek District resident, containing a public comment concerning this application. And we have received that, and that is in our package, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I skipped over it. I'll go back
And
and
in
read.
addition, Mr. Chairman, I've been working and corresponding with this resident and been trying to provide her with as much information as possible.
Okay. No one here to speak on this. As I said, we've closed the floor for public hearing. And I'll go back to the board. What's your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request with subject language that has been amended and added for special use with the amendment to condition 4 with the 7 conditions enumerated as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Tommy Carter?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Tommy Cundiff. I apologize.
Did you say Tommy Carter?
Yes, you did.
I thought it said Tommy.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Hey, we both speak for each other, yes.
Notice I sat here quietly.
Supervisor Mike
We've been
Carter?
here
I heard the
too
name
We've been
Tommy,
here
so I
too
went
long,
for it.
yeah.
Supervisor Mike Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson is absent for the vote. Chairman Tatum?
Yes.
What about Tommy Carter? He didn't make it, did he?
That was a Freudian slip, wasn't it?
That's scary.
That's
All
good, I
right.
like that.
Other matters for supervisors. I'll start over here with Mr. Nick Mitchell. You have anything?
No, I actually, rode by, saw the Land of Lights last night lit up, and that's gonna be a great thing, and my kids are so excited they can't stand it. Looking forward to it, and I hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving, and, happy to see the rain.
Yes, amen.
Mr. Carter?
I'd like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and a safe holiday. I'd like for the board to know I met with Mr. Whitlow and we're moving forward on the Grassy Hill dumpster site, and I'm very excited about that. I'd like to thank staff for that, and I'd like to thank you all for the discussion concerning the Rocky Mount fire truck this evening. I think moving forward, we're going to be able to resolve that problem. That's all I have.
Ms. Cundiff?
Well, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving also. I appreciate all of our public. Our job is a lot easier because we get input from you all. And I'd like to just thank everybody and hope everybody has a safe Thanksgiving.
Mr. Ronald Mitchell?
And just a couple things. Like to see the county keep moving forward on a code enforcement officer. We spend a lot of time talking about code, and I find a lot of it to be really irrelevant because we don't have anybody to enforce it. So, not going to say which office it was in the county, but you know, it was brought to my attention that when an employee has to work past their quitting time, the process, say they're supposed to get off at 4:30 and they work till 4:45, to get compensated for that 15 minutes is quite the process and very difficult. Can we get a more streamlined process for our county employees in regards to that, please? That should be something very simple. This one's for Mr. Steve Sandy. Mr. Del Engel called me today and didn't have a chance to call him back. We've been pretty busy today. Apparently the pipeline has came, graded, seeded, and moved out and did not do what they were supposed to do with the bridge that came into his field. From what I understand, we've been out there before and seen the mess, but from what I understand, the bridge that they used across the river right there came into his field a right good ways, and they didn't fix that back, so he lost part of his land right there. So we need to get in touch with somebody with the pipeline to get them to do what they said they were going to do for my constituent there. I've been talking with Steve Sandy about the Diamond Avenue extension. Me and him are working to get together with hopefully a new landowner over there, see if we can get something figured out to get a secondary means of egress in and out of Diamond Avenue. So I would really like for us to, with me coming off the board, I would like to have something for us to talk and discuss and vote on in the December meeting in regards to that, so we can move forward since I'm on my way out. So congratulations to Mr. Jamison, who's going to be taking my seat, and I know he's going to do a fantastic job for the county, and I look forward to seeing what he does for the county. And just moving forward, I know we have a lot of topics and issues in regards to public safety and volunteer firefighting, but I just want to remind this board that your volunteer firefighters in this county is the best deal this county has. So moving forward, just thank you for everything over the last 4 years that you've done. Keep getting better in regards to taking care of it. It shouldn't be difficult for us to volunteer our time. So give us the tools and equipment we need, and appreciate it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes, I really don't have anything specific, Mr. Chair, but I will, of course, extend a happy Thanksgiving to all of you and everyone tuning in and your families. And I want to give a big shout out to all of our first responders in our county and surrounding counties for the forest fires that we've been enduring. Big shout out for the care and the time and effort, really combating unimaginable circumstances. The rain today is a blessing, and I'm hoping that it will probably and hopefully mitigate everything that's been going on. So as Mr. Mitchell has said, our volunteers are so incredibly important to us, and we're grateful for all of the work that they do. And the last thought is that as we move into the holiday season, especially Thanksgiving, take a moment to really reflect back on the things that we're all thankful for. And just be thankful for your families, your friends, and take care of one another. And I think Thanksgiving gives us an opportunity to really get laser focused on the things that are really important in this life. And I would encourage you to do that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And I'd like to echo what my colleagues have said. I just want to wish everyone here a happy and safe Thanksgiving. And as we get through this week, we'll be going straight into the Christmas holidays, and I pray that each one of you have a safe and happy holidays and a Merry Christmas as well. And with that said, I did have one item that was brought to my attention. A citizen here in the county said that he had wanted to appeal an assessment or a tax levy. And when he went in, he was told that he would have to pay a $125 fine to appeal. Is that our policy, that they have to pay $125 to appeal? I meant to ask Margaret earlier today, and we got busy.
Yeah, that would be news to me, Mr. Chairman. He would need to call the commissioner's office, because, our county departments have really nothing to do with the assessments or the appeals, but the Commissioner of Revenue. But if you have a name and number, we could put him in contact with Margaret's office.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I agree with Tim. I mean, wouldn't we set that fee for them to have to pay?
It would, if it's in the county code, Mr. Ronnie Mitchell, yeah. We can look at the county code, but the $125 appeal,
Yeah.
I'm not sure
There
the
could be
detail
more
there.
involved there.
Yeah, I was just kind of thrown back. I was unaware if it was or wasn't, and looked like to me, if someone questions whether it's an assessment or a tax bill or whatever, and they want to file an appeal, I don't see why we should be charging them $125 to do this.
We can look into that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Tim.
Yeah.
And with that said, I'd also like to say to my colleagues that as we had the discussion about the fire apparatus today for Rocky Mountain, thank you. It's good we can come together. We don't always have to agree. And we're not always going to agree on things, but we can put our heads together. Some good ideas came out. Different people threw some ideas out that we haven't discussed before. Mr. Cundiff brought out an idea that we hadn't put on the table before with the operations funding. And I think all this was good and constructive, and we need to take this and put it together and work forward with it. And I just want to thank all of you for your input. And Mr. Ronald Mitchell, I will say this in case I don't think about it next month at our final meeting. It's been a pleasure serving with you on the board.
You don't have to lie to me, Tim.
Okay, I'll take it back. Yeah. But I will give you my promise and my pledge that as long as I'm on this board, I will do everything that I can to make sure that our first responders have the best equipment, best training, and best work environment that we can provide for them from the county.
You will.
Because they're not just people that I look up to. I consider them family because I'm one of them, and I've been one of them for 37 years, and I hope that good Lord gives me the health that I can continue to be a part of the organization that we have here in Franklin County known as our volunteers. They are, as he said, and I agree that they're our most important and most valuable resource that we have. And they provide immeasurable services to Franklin County. And you know, we're fortunate here in Franklin County. We have our volunteers, but I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention my brother that I see sitting in the back. We have the Sheriff's Department that is, in my opinion, second to none. And our men and women wearing the badge, we need to keep them in our thoughts and prayers every day. It's a dangerous world out there, and we're going to do everything from this side of the bench to make sure that our law enforcement brothers and sisters have what they need to do their job as well. And thank you, and relay that to the others, please. And that's all I have. Do you have?
Yeah,
Mr. Whitlow?
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, just information on that filing fee. Understand and just got information there that filing fee is actually a court fee, the clerk of the court.
Okay.
So not necessarily sure if it's part of the county code fee that would that the clerk of the court administers, or really if that's a state fee. But we'll look into that.
Okay.
Yep.
State. Jim thinks it's state.
I think it's state as well, but we'll look into it.
All right. Madam Clerk, I got your text. We haven't gone, we're getting ready to go into, before we go into closed session, I think we'd be better off having public comment first, and then we'll go into closed session back here. So we'll have the motion for that as soon as we have them.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comments gives citizens the opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks or insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and the board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon a second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Mr. Chairman, we have no speakers signed up.
Okay. At this time, I'll invite, if there anyone here in the gallery that would like to address the board at this time. All right, we'll see you none. Thank you. And at this time, I will ask my Vice Chairman Smith if she would read the motion to go into closed session.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Franklin County Board of Supervisors will enter into a closed meeting in accordance with Section 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards and commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A7, consultation with legal counsel regarding actual litigation. A8, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice. And A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, you want to take a roll call?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson is absent for the vote. Chairman Tatum.
Yes.
Are we coming back here?
We'll have to come back out to certify.